Hello and welcome to Muse and Metrics. This is your host, Philippa Burgess. Welcome to the Google I/O Extended Audio Summit. This is a 5-hour journey that includes interviews with my fellow Women Techmakers Ambassadors. You'll hear from Kavitha Bangalore, Sumya Sinha, and Priyal Jan. All of them attended Google I/O this year and generously share their experience and takeaways. Along the way, we'll also hear from Google's CEO, Sundar Pichai, from the conference's keynote session, as well as some of the other leaders from Google, sharing a few of this year's major announcements and technology developments related to web, mobile, artificial intelligence, and cloud. This supplemental content was sourced from the conference website at io.google. I now invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
I'm Kavitha, and I live in Columbus, Ohio. I'm a Google Women Techmaker Ambassador. I've been in the IT field for a pretty long time, and my latest interest is in cybersecurity for the last 2 years, working on cloud security and DevSecOps solutions. Having become a Google Techmaker Ambassador, I got a chance to go to the Google I/O. So Google I/O Connect, which was in Miami. I went to even the Google I/O in California. Having become a Google ambassador, Google Techmaker ambassador, I really wanted to know what is. You're curious about what are the new products that Google is coming out with, because Google is always innovative. I have been following a lot on Google products. I've used Kubernetes in my job and things like that. So I'm always curious to know what is it that they are, like every year I want to know that. And when I got the chance, I said, okay, I'm going to go for this. And though I had to do a lot of arrangements at home to go out, because it's not easy for me with 2 girls at home, my daughters. So I said, okay, I'm going to go for this and learn and see what is the new things that they are doing in Google I/O. And I was very much, there were so many things which Sundar Pichai also talked about. Mainly the focus was on AI solutions. And what I liked was Sundar Pichai saying that he's going to make the AI solutions as much, easily accessible for people to use the solutions. So that was the catch point for me in that conference when I went there. And definitely for whatever they've come up with mobile applications, the web, then even in my area is the cloud. So cloud was also like, I attended many sessions on the cloud there. And then follow up to that, the Google I/O Connect in Miami, that was awesome for me. It was like the energy that I could see was like, I mean, I have not seen that kind of energy. I've never gone to that big a conference before in my life. So it was like when I went and saw all the people there, I met a lot of people. It was like I networked with a lot of people, talked to a lot of people. So the conversations that I had was, it was really great. Like, like so many things that I could bring back to my work. Though my focus area is security, I still wanted to know about what they have done in the mobile space or in the cloud space. What are the new things that they have done, and what was Bard? Though there's a lot of talk about Chat GPT and other things, I was interested and curious to know what is the Google doing with Bard. So I really wanted to see what is if they would give us a demo, and they gave us a really nice demo, and it was nice how generative AI is being used in many of their products. So that was the plus point for me. And I also attended a lot of sessions, which most of the sessions I attended was cloud, but I also attended a few of AI, web, and TensorFlow. And also they talked about some ML solutions, machine learning solutions. And so that is what, like when you go to this kind of conferences, I'm very focused when I go to this kind of conferences, and I really want to know what are the new advancements that have happened in this particular technologies. So pretty much I could capture those things when I came back with it, a lot of knowledge. So locally we are having some connect follow-up events. So whatever the learnings that we have gained from there, definitely we'll be showing that, showcasing that to our local developers and other people here.
So you were able to, so just clarify, you went to California and then you went to Miami? You did both of them?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a lot going on at both of them. They were different, but they obviously connected. And then one sort of was the primary launch. And then, as I'm understanding, the Miami event was maybe perhaps a little more hands-on, a little more demo based.
Yeah.
And so you could really see things, touch things, feel things, and a little bit more
dive.
deeper dives. Okay.
Yes. See, the reason I went to both the things is it's the first time I'm a Google Techmaker Ambassador. I became in January. So I wanted to see what exactly is Google I/O about. Though I was reading up about it every year for the last 2-3 years, I had been reading about it. But I really, when I got they said, okay, you can, I got selected on that, right? So I said, okay, let me go for Google I/O first. And then they said, are you interested in Google I/O Extended also? See, for me, it is a lot of time things, right? Like I have to cut down on what I'm doing in my job, then family, arrange things with family, and then you have to go. It's not something that I will just jump into it straight away, but I thought, okay, let me see both the aspects, what they are going to do in that. So Google I/O Connected was definitely a lot of deep dive into whatever it was the upper, what do you say, the higher level stuff that was there in Google I/O. And this was all the deep dive into most of the products, like Palm 2. I really wanted to know what is the Palm 2 about. I do know what is Palm is about, but I did not know anything about Palm 2. So, okay, it was when they started showing how it actually works and things like that, the four things, the bison, otter, they have those four animals models. So that was something very interesting when they showed all that on the screen. And also it's like, they have it very well, they had it very well organized in the sense that it was all in one place. So if you wanted, you could just go from the cloud session to the web session to the mobile session to the AI session. You could just walk around the whole thing. And then you can, when you're going to these different sessions, on the way, you have all those other booths where they give all your information, then a lot of goodies and stuff like that. That was really exciting when you go for this kind of stuff. I really like the way they organize the event, and that's my takeaway.
Now we'll turn our attention to the main stage and the keynote presentations from Google I/O. And we'll start with the mission and vision statement that kicked off this event, which says, "Since day one, we set out to significantly improve the lives of as many people as possible. And with a little help, you found new answers, discovered new places. The right words came at just the right time. We even learned how to spell the word Epicurean. Life got a little easier, our photos got a little better, and we got closer to a world where we all belong. So as we stand on the cusp of a new era, new breakthroughs in AI will reimagine the ways we can help. We will have the chance to improve the lives of billions of people. We will give businesses the opportunity to thrive and grow, and help society answer the toughest questions we have to face. Now, we don't take this for granted, so while our ambition is bold, our approach will always be responsible because our goal is to make AI helpful for everyone." And now I turn it over to Google CEO, Mr. Sundar Pichai.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Google I/O. It's great to see so many of you here at Shoreline, so many developers, and a huge thanks to the millions joining from around the world, from Bangladesh to Brazil to our new Bayview campus right next door. So great to have you as always. As you may have heard, AI is having a very busy year. So we've got lots to talk about. Let's get started. 7 years into our journey as an AI-first company, we are at an exciting inflection point. We have an opportunity to make AI even more helpful for people, for businesses, for communities, for everyone. We've been applying AI to make our products radically more helpful for a while. With generative AI, we are taking the next step. With a bold and responsible approach, we are reimagining all our core products, including search. You will hear more later in the keynote. Let me start with a few examples of how generative AI is helping to evolve our products, starting with Gmail. In 2017, we launched Smart Reply, short responses you could select with just one click. Next came Smart Compose, which offered writing suggestions as you type. Smart Compose led to more advanced writing features powered by AI. They've been used in Workspace over 180 billion times in the past year alone. And now with a much more powerful generative model, we are taking the next step in Gmail with Help Me Write. Let's say you got this email that your flight was canceled. The airline has sent a voucher, but what you really want is a full refund. You could reply and use Help Me Write. Just type in the prompt of what you want, an email to ask for a full refund, hit create, and a full draft appears. As you can see, it conveniently pulled in flight details from the previous email. And it looks pretty close to what you want to send. Maybe you want to refine it further. In this case, a more elaborate email might increase the chances of getting the refund. And there you go. I think it's ready to send. Help Me Write will start rolling out as part of our Workspace updates. And just like with Smart Compose, you will see it get better over time. The next example is Maps. Since the early days of Street View, AI has stitched together billions of panoramic images so people can explore the world from their device. At last year's I/O, we introduced Immersive View, which uses AI to create a high-fidelity representation of a place so you can experience it before you visit. Now we are expanding that same technology to do what Maps does best, help you get where you want to go. Google Maps provides 20 billion kilometers of directions every day. That's a lot of trips. Imagine if you could see your whole trip in advance. With Immersive View for routes, now you can, whether you're walking, cycling, or driving. Let me show you what I mean. Say I'm in New York City and I want to go on a bike ride. Maps has given me a couple of options close to where I am. I like the one on the waterfront, so let's go with that. Looks scenic. And I want to get a feel for it first. Click on Immersive View for routes, and it's an entirely new way to look at my journey. I can zoom in to get an incredible bird's eye view of the ride. And as we turn, we get onto a great bike path. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful ride. You can also check today's air quality. Looks like AQI is 43, pretty good. And if I want to check traffic and weather and see how they might change over the next few hours, I can do that. Looks like it's going to pour later, so maybe I want to get going now. Immersive View for routes will begin to roll out over the summer and launch in 15 cities by the end of the year, including London, New York, Tokyo, and San Francisco.
And I heard there was lots of good things with food and transportation, and just they made it entertaining and just visually stimulating.
Yes. Oh yeah, that food was something that was great actually. So when you go for when you're away from home, you definitely crave for eating something different, right? Like so it was up to the mark. I mean, I really liked whatever food options that were there. And in California, we actually Mountain View, we had the Women Techmakers event too. That the first day when we went there, they had a Women Techmakers event. So we met all the coordinators, the different organizers, and more women who are into this. And there have been some women with whom I've been interacting with for some time. So I got to meet them face to face, and it was great, like taking pictures, the way they had they had arranged all those selfie booths and other things. That was really awesome. So it, as a woman, it's like, you women like that kind of stuff. They like to go and, like, get along with all your people you've made friends with, your people who are in the same thinking, like people who have the same kind of thinking. So we had all those things, and there was also a after party and things like that, just to hang around with others. And so it was really fun. So and having fun, you're learning something. So that was the great point about it. I mean, you don't go to these conferences just for having fun, right? So it was like both fun and work and professional and all that. It's a mix of everything. So it was really nice. And you're away from family, your mind is only on this kind of knowledge stuff, acquiring that kind of, like the conversations are also pretty much that. Oh, what are you doing about this technology? Are you using this technology? Is this anything? How does this compare to whatever Azure or different companies are doing about? So because it's cloud space, right? Like, so I wanted to know what if anybody's working on AWS, what are they doing, and what, because I was using GCP cloud, so I'm using GCP cloud right now. So I just wanted to know the other things that people are using, what are their opinions. And so for me, it's like that. It works like that. I just go to these places because I want to know the real thing that's happening,
Another product made better by AI is Google Photos. We introduced it at I/O in 2015. It was one of our first AI native products. Breakthroughs in machine learning made it possible to search your photos for things like people, sunsets, or waterfalls. Of course, we want you to do more than just search photos. We also want to help you make them better. In fact, every month, 1.7 billion images are edited in Google Photos. AI advancements give us more powerful ways to do this. For example, Magic Eraser, launched first on Pixel, uses AI-powered computational photography to remove unwanted distractions. And later this year, using a combination of semantic understanding and generative AI, you can do much more with a new experience called Magic Editor. Let's have a look. Say you're on a hike and you stop to take a photo in front of a waterfall. You wish you had taken your bag off for the photo, so let's go ahead and remove that bag strap. The photo feels a bit dark, so you can improve the lighting. And maybe you want to even get rid of some clouds to make it feel as sunny as you remember it. Looking even closer, you wish you had posed so it looks like you're really catching the water in your hand. No problem. You can adjust that. There you go. Let's look at one more photo. This is a great photo, but as a parent, you always want your kid at the center of it all. And it looks like the balloons got cut off in this one. So you can go ahead and reposition the birthday boy. Magic Editor automatically recreates parts of the bench and balloons that were not captured in the original shot. As a finishing touch, you can punch up the sky. It changes the lighting in the rest of the photo so the edit feels consistent. It's truly magical. We are excited to roll out Magic Editor in Google Photos later this year. From Gmail and Photos to Maps, these are just a few examples of how AI can help you in moments that matter. And there is so much more we can do to deliver the full potential of AI across the products you know and love. Today, we have 15 products that each serve more than 500 million people and businesses. And 6 of those products serve over 2 billion users each. This gives us so many opportunities to deliver on our mission, to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. It's a timeless mission that feels more relevant with each passing year. And looking ahead, making AI helpful for everyone is the most profound way we will advance our mission. And we are doing this in 4 important ways. First, by improving your knowledge and learning and deepening your understanding of the world. Second, by boosting creativity and productivity so you can express yourself and get things done. Third, by enabling developers and businesses to build their own transformative products and services. And finally, by building and deploying AI responsibly so that everyone can benefit equally. We are so excited by the opportunities ahead. Our ability to make AI helpful for everyone relies on continuously advancing our foundation models. So I want to take a moment to share how we are approaching them. Last year, you heard us talk about PaLM, which led to many improvements across our products. Today, we are ready to announce our latest PaLM model in production, PaLM 2. PaLM 2 builds on our fundamental research and our latest infrastructure. It's highly capable at a wide range of tasks and easy to deploy. We are announcing over 25 products and features powered by PaLM 2 today. PaLM 2 models deliver excellent foundational capabilities across a wide range of sizes. We've affectionately named them Gecko, Otter, Bison, and Unicorn. Gecko is so lightweight that it can work on mobile devices, fast enough for great interactive applications on device, even when offline. PaLM 2 models are stronger in logic and reasoning, thanks to broad training on scientific and mathematical topics. It's also trained on multilingual text, spanning over 100 languages, so it understands and generates nuanced results. Combined with powerful coding capabilities, PaLM 2 can also help developers collaborating around the world. Let's look at this example. Let's say you're working with a colleague in Seoul and you're debugging code. You can ask it to fix a bug and help out your teammate by adding comments in Korean to the code. It first recognizes the code is recursive, suggests a fix, and even explains the reasoning behind the fix. And as you can see, it added comments in Korean, just like you asked. While PaLM 2 is highly capable, it really shines when fine-tuned on domain-specific knowledge. We recently released SecPaLM, a version of PaLM 2 fine-tuned for security use cases. It uses AI to better detect malicious scripts and can help security experts understand and resolve threats. Another example is MedPaLM 2. In this case, it's fine-tuned on medical knowledge. This fine-tuning achieved a 9x reduction in inaccurate reasoning when compared to the model, approaching the performance of clinician experts who answered the same set of questions. In fact, MedPaLM 2 was the first language model to perform at expert level on medical licensing exam-style questions and is currently the state-of-the-art. We are also working to add capabilities to MedPaLM 2 so that it can synthesize information from medical imaging, like plain films and mammograms. You can imagine an AI collaborator that helps radiologists interpret images and communicate the results. These are some examples of PaLM 2 being used in specialized domains. We can't wait to see it used in more. That's why I'm pleased to announce that it is now available in preview, and I'll let Thomas share more. PaLM 2 is the latest step in our decade-long journey to bring AI in responsible ways to billions of people. It builds on progress made by two world-class teams, the Brain team and DeepMind. Looking back at the defining AI breakthroughs over the last decade, these teams have contributed to a significant number of them: AlphaGo, transformers, sequence-to-sequence models, and so on. All this helps set the stage for the inflection point we are at today. We recently brought these two teams together into a single unit, Google DeepMind. Using the computational resources of Google, they have focused on building more capable systems safely and responsibly. This includes our next generation foundation model, Gemini, which is still in training. Gemini was created from the ground up to be multimodal, highly efficient at tool and API integrations, and built to enable future innovations like memory and planning. While still early, we are already seeing impressive multimodal capabilities not seen in prior models. Once fine-tuned and rigorously tested for safety, Gemini will be available at various sizes and capabilities, just like Palm 2. As we invest in more advanced models, we are also deeply investing in AI responsibility. This includes having the tools to identify synthetically generated content whenever you encounter it. Two important approaches are watermarking and metadata. Watermarking embeds information directly into content in ways that are maintained even through modest image editing. Moving forward, we are building our models to include watermarking and other techniques from the start. If you look at the synthetic image, it's impressive how real it looks. So you can imagine how important this is going to be in the future. Metadata allows content creators to associate additional context with original files, giving you more information whenever you encounter an image. We'll ensure every one of our AI-generated images has that metadata. James will talk about our responsible approach to AI later. As models get better and more capable, one of the most exciting opportunities is making them available for people to engage with directly. That's the opportunity we have with Bard, our experiment for conversational AI. We are rapidly evolving Bard. It now supports a wide range of programming capabilities, and it's gotten much smarter at reasoning and math prompts. And as of today, it is now fully running on Palm 2. To share more about what's coming, let me turn it over to Sissy.
Thanks, Sundar. Large language models have captured the world's imagination, changing how we think about the future of computing. We launched Bard as a limited access experiment on a lightweight large language model to get feedback and iterate. And since then, the team has been working hard to make rapid improvements and launch them quickly. With Palm 2, Bard's math, logic, and reasoning skills made a huge leap forward, underpinning its ability to help developers with programming. Bard can now collaborate on tasks like code generation, debugging, and explaining code snippets. Bard has already learned more than 20 programming languages, including C++, Go, JavaScript, Python, Kotlin, and even Google Sheets functions. And we're thrilled to see that coding has quickly become one of the most popular things that people are doing with Bard. So let's take a look at an example. I've recently been learning chess, and for fun, I thought I'd see if I can program a move in Python. How would I use Python to generate the Scholar's Mate move in chess? Okay, here Bard created a script to recreate this chess move in Python. And notice how it also formatted the code nicely, making it easy to read. We've also heard great feedback from developers about how Bard provides code citations. And starting next week, you'll notice something right here. We're making code citations even more precise. If Bard brings in a block of code, just click this annotation, and Bard will underline the block and link to the source. Now, Bard can also help me understand the code. Could you tell me what chess.board does in this code? Now, this is a super helpful explanation of what it's doing and makes things more clear. All right, let's see if we can make this code a little better. How would I improve this code? Okay, let's see. There's a list comprehension, creating a function, and using a generator. Those are some great suggestions. Now, could you join them into one single Python code block? Okay, now Bard is rebuilding the code with these improvements. Okay, great. How easy was that? And in a couple clicks, I can move this directly into Colab. Developers love the ability to bring code from Bard into their workflow, like to Colab. So coming soon, we're adding the ability to export and run code with our partner Replit, starting with Python. We've also heard that you want dark theme, so starting today, you can activate it. You can activate it right in Bard or let it follow your OS settings. And speaking of exporting things, people often ask Bard for a head start drafting emails and documents. So today, we are launching 2 more export actions, making it easy to move Bard's responses right into Gmail and Docs. So we're excited by how quickly Bard and the underlying models are improving, but we're not stopping there. We want to bring more capabilities to Bard to fuel your curiosity and imagination. And so I'm excited to announce that tools are coming to Bard. As you collaborate with Bard, you'll be able to tap into services from Google and extensions with partners to let you do things never before possible. And of course, we'll approach this responsibly in a secure and private way, letting you always stay in control. We're starting with some of the Google apps that people love and use every day. It's incredible what Bard can already do with text, but images are such a fundamental part of how we learn and express. So in the next few weeks, Bard will become more visual, both in its responses and your prompts. So if you ask, what are some must-see sites in New Orleans? Bard's going to use Google search and the knowledge graph to find the most relevant images. Okay, here we go. The French Quarter, the Garden District. These images are really giving me a much better sense of what I'm exploring. We'll also make it easy for you to prompt Bard with images, giving you even more ways to explore and create. People love Google Lens, and in the coming months, we're bringing in the powers of Lens to Bard. So, if you're looking to have some fun with your fur babies, you might upload an image and ask Bard to write a funny caption about these two. Now, Lens detects that this is a photo of a goofy German Shepherd and a golden retriever, and then Bard uses that to create some funny captions. If you ask me, I think they're both good boys. Okay, now let's do another one. Imagine I'm 18 and I need to apply to college. I won't date myself with how long it's been, but it's still an overwhelming process. So I'm thinking about colleges, but I'm not sure what I want to focus on. I'm into video games, and what kinds of programs might be interesting? Okay, this is a helpful head start. Animation looks pretty interesting. Now I could ask, help me find colleges with animation programs in Pennsylvania. Okay, great. That's a good list of schools. Now, to see where these are, I might now say, show these on a map. Here, Bard's going to use Google Maps to visualize where the schools are. This is super helpful, and it's exciting to see that there's plenty of options not too far from home. Now let's start organizing things a bit. Show these options as a table. Nice. Structured and organized, but there's more I want to know. Add a column showing whether they're public or private schools. Perfect. This is a great start to build on. And now let's move this to Google Sheets so my family can jump in later to help me with my search. You can see how easy it will be to get a jump start in Bard and quickly have something useful to move over to apps like Docs or Sheets to build on with others. Okay, now that's a taste of what's possible when Bard meets some of Google's apps, but that's just the start. Bard will be able to tap into all kinds of services from across the web with extensions from incredible partners like Instacart, Indeed, Khan Academy, and many more. So here's a look at one coming in the next couple months. With Adobe Firefly, you'll be able to generate completely new images from your imagination right in Bard. Now, let's say I'm planning a birthday party for my 7-year-old who loves unicorns. I want a fun image to send out with the invitations. Make an image of a unicorn and a cake at a kid's party. Okay, now Bard is working with Firefly to bring what I imagined to life. How amazing is that? This will unlock all kinds of ways that you can take your creativity further and faster. And we are so excited for this partnership. Bard continues to rapidly improve and learn new abilities. And we want to let people around the world try it out and share their feedback. So today, we are removing the waitlist and opening up Bard to over 180 countries and territories. With more coming soon. And in addition to becoming available in more places, Bard is also becoming available in more languages. Beyond English, starting today, you'll be able to talk to Bard in Japanese and Korean. It's amazing to see the rate of progress so far. More advanced models, so many new capabilities, and the ability for even more people to collaborate with Bard. And when we're ready to move Bard to our Gemini model, I'm really excited about more advancements to come. So that's where we're going with Bard, connecting tools from Google and amazing services across the web to help you do and create anything you can imagine through a fluid collaboration with our most capable large language models. There's so much to share in the days ahead. And now, to hear more about how large language models are enabling next generation productivity features right in Workspace, I'll hand it over to Aparna.
From the very beginning, Workspace was built to allow you to collaborate in real time with other people. Now, you can collaborate in real time with AI. AI can act as a coach, a thought partner, a source of inspiration, as well as a productivity booster across all of the apps of Workspace. Our first steps with AI as a collaborator were via the Help Me Write feature in Gmail and Docs, which launched to trusted testers in March. We've been truly blown away by the clever and creative ways these features are being used, from writing essays, sales pitches, project plans, client outreach, and so much more. Since then, we've been busy expanding these helpful features across more surfaces. Let me show you a few examples. One of our most popular use cases is the trusty job description. Every business, big or small, needs to hire people. A good job description can make all the difference. Here's how
nuances right, and we're pleased to share that we're on track to support 40 languages soon. It's amazing to see the rate of progress so far. More advanced models, so many new capabilities, and the ability for even more people to collaborate with Bard. And when we're ready to move Bard to our Gemini model, I'm really excited about more advancements to come. So that's where we're going with Bard, connecting tools from Google and amazing services across the web to help you do and create anything you can imagine through a fluid collaboration with our most capable large language models. There's so much to share in the days ahead. And now, to hear more about how large language models are enabling next-generation productivity features right in Workspace, I'll hand it over to Aparna.
From the very beginning, Workspace was built to allow you to collaborate in real time with other people. Now, you can collaborate in real time with AI. AI can act as a coach, a thought partner, a source of inspiration, as well as a productivity booster across all of the apps of Workspace. Our first steps with AI as a collaborator were via the Help Me Write feature in Gmail and Docs, which launched to trusted testers in March. We've been truly blown away by the clever and creative ways these features are being used, from writing essays, sales pitches, project plans, client outreach, and so much more. Since then, we've been busy expanding these helpful features across more surfaces. Let me show you a few examples. One of our most popular use cases is the trusty job description. Every business, big or small, needs to hire people. A good job description can make all the difference. Here's how Docs has been helping. Say you run a fashion boutique and need to hire a textile designer. To get started, you enter just a few words as a prompt. Senior level job description for textile designer. Docs will take that prompt, send it to our Palm 2-based model, and let's see what I got back. Not bad. With just 7 words, the model came back with a good starting point, written out really nicely for me. Now you can take that and customize it for the kind of experience, education, and skill set that this role needs, saving you a ton of time and effort. Next. Let me show you how you can get more organized with Sheets. Imagine you run a dog walking business and need to keep track of things like your clients, logistics about the dogs, like what time they need to be walked, for how long, etc. Sheets can help you get organized. In a new sheet, simply type something like client and pet roster for a dog walking business with rates and hit create. Sheet sends this input to a fine-tuned model that we've been training with all sorts of Sheet-specific use cases. Look at that. The model figured out what you might need. The generated table has things like the dog's name, client info, notes, etc. This is a good start for you to tinker with. Sheets made it easy for you to get started, so you can go back to doing what you love. Speaking of getting back to things you love, let's talk about Google Slides. People use slides for storytelling all the time, whether at work or in their personal lives. For example, you get your extended family to collect anecdotes, haikus, jokes for your parents' 50th wedding anniversary in a slide deck. Everyone does their bit, but maybe this deck could have more pizzazz. Let's pick one of the slides and use the poem on there as a prompt for image generation. Mom loves her pizza, cheesy and true, while Dad's favorite treat is a warm pot of fondue. Let's hit create and see what it comes up with. Behind the scenes, that quote is sent as an input to our text-to-image models, and we know it's unlikely that the user will be happy with just one option. So we generate about 6 to 8 images so that you have the ability to choose and refine. Whoa, I have some oddly delicious-looking fondue pizza images. Now, this style's a little too cartoony for me, so I'm going to ask it to try again. Let's change the style to photography and give it a whirl. Just as weird, but it works for me. You can have endless fun with this, with no limits on cheesiness or creativity. Starting next month, trusted testers will be able to try this and 6 more generative AI features across Workspace. And later this year, all of this will be generally available to business and consumer Workspace users via a new service called DuetAI for Workspace. Stepping back a bit, I showed you a few powerful examples of how Workspace can help you get more done with just a few words as prompts. Prompts are a powerful way of collaborating with AI. The right prompt can unlock far more from these models. However, it can be daunting for many of us to even know where to start. Well, what if we could solve that for you? What if AI could proactively offer you prompts? Even better, what if these prompts were actually contextual and changed based on what you're working on? I am super excited to show you a preview of just that. This is how we see the future of collaboration with AI coming to life. Let's switch to a live demo so I can show you what I mean. Tony's here to help me with that. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Aparna.
So, my niece Mira and I are working on a spooky story together for summer camp. We've already written a few paragraphs, but now we're stuck. Let's get some help. As you can see, we launched a side panel, something the team fondly calls Sidekick. Sidekick instantly reads and processes the document and offers some really neat suggestions, along with an open prompt dialogue. If we look closely, we can see some of the suggestions, like what happened to the golden seashell? What are common mystery plot twists? Let's try the seashell option and see what it comes back with. Now, what's happening behind the scenes is that we've provided the entire document as context to the model, along with the suggested prompt, and let's see what we got back. The golden seashell was eaten by a giant squid that lives in the cove. This is a good start. Let's insert these as notes so that we can continue our little project. Now, one of the interesting observations we have is that it's actually easier to react to something or perhaps use that to say, I want to go in a different direction. And this is exactly what AI can help with. I see a new suggestion on there for generating images. Let's see what this does. The story has a village, a golden seashell, and other details. And instead of having to type all of that out, the model picks up these details from the document and generates images. These are some cool pictures, and I bet my niece will love these. Let's insert them into the doc for fun. Thank you, Tony. I'm going to walk you through some more examples, and this will help you see why this powerful new contextual collaboration is such a remarkable boost to productivity and creativity. Say you're writing to your neighbors about an upcoming potluck. Now, as you can see, Sidekick has summarized what this conversation is about. Last year, everyone brought hummus. Who doesn't love hummus? But this year, you want a little more variety. Let's see what people signed up to bring. Now, somewhere in this thread is a Google Sheet where you've collected that information. You can get some help by typing, write a note about the main dishes people are bringing, and let's see what we get back. Go. Awesome. It found the right sheet and cited the source in the Found In section, giving you confidence that this is not made up. It looks good. You can insert it directly into your email. Let's end with an example of how this can help you at work. Say you're about to give an important presentation, and you've been so focused on the content that you forgot to prepare speaker notes. The presentation is in an hour. Uh-oh. No need to panic. Look at what one of the suggestions is. Create speaker notes for each slide. Let's see what happens. What happened behind the scenes here is that the presentation and other relevant context was sent to the model to help create these notes. And once you've reviewed them, you can hit insert and edit the notes to convey what you intended. So you can now deliver the presentation without worrying about the notes. As you can see, we've been having a ton of fun playing with this. We can see the true potential of AI as a collaborator, and we'll be bringing this experience to DuetAI for Workspace. With that, I'll hand it back to Sundar.
Thanks, Aparna. It's exciting to see all the innovation coming to Google Workspace. As AI continues to improve rapidly, we are focused on giving helpful features to our users. And starting today, we are giving you a new way to preview some of the experiences across Workspace and other products. It's called Labs. I say new, but Google has a long history of bringing Labs, and we've made it available throughout our history as well. You can check it out at google.com/labs. Next up, we're going to talk about search. Search has been our founding product from our earliest days. And we've always approached it placing user trust above everything else. To give you a sense of how we are bringing generative AI in search, I'm going to invite Kathy onto the stage. Kathy?
Thanks, Sundar. I've been working in search for many years, and what inspires me so much is how it continues to be an unsolved problem. And that's why I'm just so excited by the potential of bringing generative AI into search. Let's give it a whirl. So let's start with a search for what's better for a family with kids under 3 and a dog, Bryce Canyon or Arches? Now, although this is the question that you have, you probably wouldn't ask it in this way today. You'd break it down into smaller ones, sift through the information, and then piece things together yourself. Now, search does the heavy lifting for you. What you see here looks pretty different, so let me first give you a quick tour. You'll notice a new integrated search results page, so you can get even more out of a single search. There's an AI-powered snapshot that quickly gives you the lay of the land on a topic. And so here you can see that while both parks are kid-friendly, only Bryce Canyon has more options for your furry friend. Then, if you want to dig deeper, there are links included in the snapshot. You can also click to expand your view, and you'll see how the information is corroborated. So you can check out more details and really explore the richness of the topic. This new experience builds on Google's ranking and safety systems that we've been fine-tuning for decades. And search will continue to be your jumping-off point to what makes the web so special. Its diverse range of content, from publishers to creators, businesses, and even people like you and me. So you can check out recommendations from experts like the National Park Service and learn from authentic first-hand experiences like the Mom Trotter blog. Because even in a world where AI can provide insights, we know that people will always value the input of other people, and a thriving web is essential to that. These new generative AI, thank you. These new generative AI capabilities will make search smarter and searching simpler. And as you've seen, this is really especially helpful when you need to make sense of something complex with multiple angles to explore. You know, those times when even your question has questions. So for example, let's say you're searching for a good bike for a 5-mile commute with hills. This can be a big purchase, so you want to do your research. In the AI-powered snapshot, you'll see important considerations like motor and battery for taking on those hills, and suspension for a comfortable ride. Right below that, you'll see products that fit the bill, each with images, reviews, helpful descriptions, and current pricing. This is built on Google's shopping graph, the world's most comprehensive data set of constantly changing products, sellers, brands, reviews, and inventory out there with over 35 billion listings. In fact, there are 1.8 billion live updates to our shopping graph every hour. So you can shop with confidence in this new experience, knowing that you'll get fresh, relevant results. And for commercial queries like this, we also know that ads can be especially helpful to connect people with useful information and help businesses get discovered online. They're here, clearly labeled, and we're exploring different ways to integrate them as we roll out new experiences in search. And now that you've done some research, you might want to explore more. So right under the snapshot, you'll see the option to ask a follow-up question or select a suggested next step. Tapping any of these options will bring you into our brand new conversational mode. In this case, maybe you want to ask a follow-up about e-bikes. So you look for one in your favorite color, red. And without having to go back to square one, Google Search understands your full intent and that you're looking specifically for e-bikes in red that would be good for a 5-mile commute with hills. And even when you're in this conversational mode, it's an integrated experience. So you can simply scroll to see other search results. Now, maybe this e-bike seems to be a good fit for your commute. With just a click, you're able to see a variety of retailers that have it in stock and some that offer free delivery or returns. You'll also see current prices, including deals, and can seamlessly go to a merchant's site, check out, and turn your attention to what really matters, getting ready to ride. These new generative AI capabilities also unlock a whole new category of experiences on search. It could help you create a clever name for your cycling club, craft the perfect social post to show off your new wheels, or even test your knowledge on bicycle hand signals. These are things you may never have thought to ask search for before. Shopping is just one example of where this can be helpful. Let's walk through another one in a live demo. What do you say? Yeah. So special shout out to my 3-year-old daughter who is obsessed with whales. I wanted to teach her about whale song. So let me go to the Google app and ask, why do whales like to sing? And so here I see a snapshot that organizes the web results and gets me to key things I want to know. So I can understand quickly that, oh, they sing for a lot of different reasons, like to communicate with other whales, but also to find food. And I can click see more to expand here as well. Now, if I was actually with my daughter and not on stage in front of thousands of people, I'd be checking out some of these web results right now. They look pretty good. Now, I'm thinking she'd get a kick out of seeing one up close. So let me ask, can I see whales in California? And so the LLMs right now are working behind the scenes to generate my snapshot, distilling insights and perspectives from across the web. It looks like in Northern California, I can see humpbacks around this time of year. That's cool. I'll have to plan to take her on a trip soon. And again, I can see some really great results from across the web. And if I want to refer to the results of my previous question, I can just scroll right up. Now, she's got a birthday coming up, so I can follow up with plush ones for kids under $40. Again, the LLMs are organizing this information for me, and this process, these seem like some great options. I think she'll really like the second one. She's into orcas as well. Phew, live demos are always a little nerve-wracking. I'm really glad that one went whale. What you've seen today is just a first look at how we're experimenting with generative AI in search. And we're excited to keep improving with your feedback through our Search Labs program. This new search generative experience, also known as SGE, will be available in labs along with some other experiments, and they'll be rolling out in the coming weeks. If you're in the US, you can join the waitlist today by tapping the labs icon in the latest version of the Google app or Chrome desktop. This new experience really reflects the beginning of a new chapter, and you can think of this evolution as search supercharged. Search has been at the core of our timeless mission for 25 years. And as we build for the future, we're so excited for you to turn to Google for things you never dreamed you could.
Right. Thanks, Kathy. So exciting to see how we are evolving search and look forward to building it with you all. So far today, we have shared how AI can help unlock creativity, productivity, and knowledge. As you can see, AI is not only a powerful enabler, it's also a big platform shift. Every business and organization is thinking about how to drive transformation. That's why we are focused on making it easy and scalable for others to innovate with AI. That means providing the most advanced computing infrastructure, including state-of-the-art TPUs and GPUs, and expanding access to Google's latest foundation models that have been rigorously tested in our own products. We're also working to provide world-class tooling so customers can train, fine-tune, and run their own models with enterprise-grade safety, security, and privacy. To tell you more about how we are doing this with Google Cloud, please welcome Thomas.
All of the investments you've heard about today are also coming to businesses. So whether you're an individual developer or a full-scale enterprise, Google is using the power of AI to transform companies using our generative AI platform to create amazing content, to synthesize and organize information, to automate processes, and to build incredible customer experiences. And yes, each and every one of you can too. There are 3 ways Google Cloud can help you take advantage of the massive opportunity in front of you. First, you can build generative applications using our AI platform, Vertex AI. With Vertex, you can access foundation models for chat, text, and image. You just select the model you want to use, create prompts to tune the model, and you can even fine-tune the model's weights on your own dedicated compute clusters. To help you retrieve fresh and factual information from your company's databases, your corporate intranet, your website, and enterprise applications, we offer enterprise search. Our AI platform is so compelling for businesses because it guarantees the privacy of your data. With both Vertex and enterprise search, you have sole control of your data and the costs of using generative AI models. In other words, your data is your data and no one else's. You can also choose the best model for your specific needs across many sizes that have been optimized for cost, latency, and quality. Many leading companies are using our generative AI technologies to build super cool applications. We're also doing this with partners like Character AI. We provide Character with the world's most performant and cost-efficient infrastructure for training and serving the models. By combining its own AI capabilities with those of Google Cloud, consumers can create their own deeply personalized characters and interact with them. We're also partnering with Salesforce to integrate Google Cloud's AI models and BigQuery with their data cloud and Einstein, their AI-infused CRM assistant. In fact, we're working with many other incredible partners, including consultancies, software as a service leaders, consumer internet companies, and many more, to build remarkable experiences with our AI technologies. In addition to Palm 2, we're excited to introduce 3 new models in Vertex, including Imagine, which powers image generation, editing, and customization from text inputs. Cody, for code completion and generation, which you can train on your own code base to help you build applications faster. And Chirp, our universal speech model, which brings speech to text accuracy for over 300 languages. We're also introducing reinforcement learning from human feedback into Vertex AI. You can fine-tune pre-trained models by incorporating human feedback to further improve the model's results. You can also fine-tune a model on domain or industry-specific data, as we have with SecPalm and MedPalm, so they become even more powerful. All of these features are now in preview, and I encourage each and every one of you to try them. The second way we're helping you take advantage of this opportunity is by introducing DuetAI for Google Cloud. Earlier, Aparna told you about DuetAI for Google Workspace and how it is an always-on AI collaborator to help people get things done. Well, the same thing is true with DuetAI for Google Cloud, which serves as an AI expert pair programmer. Duet uses generative AI to provide developers assistance wherever you need it, within the IDE, the Cloud Console, or directly within chat. It can provide you contextual code completion, offer suggestions tuned to your code base, and generate entire functions in real time. It can even assist you with code reviews and code inspection. Third way we're helping you seize this moment is by building all of these capabilities on our AI-optimized infrastructure. This infrastructure makes large-scale training workloads up to 80% faster and up to 50% cheaper compared to any alternatives out there. Look, when you nearly double performance, when you nearly double performance for less than half the cost, amazing things happen. Today, we're excited to announce a new addition to this infrastructure family, the A3 virtual machines, based on NVIDIA's latest H100 GPUs. We provide the widest choice of compute options for leading AI companies like Anthropic and Midjourney to build their future on Google Cloud. And yes, there's so much more to come. Next, Josh is here to show you exactly how we're making it easy and scalable for every developer to innovate with AI and Palm 2.
Thanks, Thomas. Our work is enabling businesses, and it's also empowering developers. Palm 2, our most capable language model that Sundar talked about, powers the Palm API. Since March, we've been running a private preview with our Palm API, and it's been amazing to see how quickly developers have used it in their applications. Like Chapter, who are generating stories so you can choose your own adventure, forever changing story time. Or Game On Technology, a company that makes chat apps for sports fans and retail brands to connect with their audiences. And there's also Wendy's. They're using the Palm API to help customers place that correct order for the Junior Bacon Cheeseburger they talked about in their Talk to Menu feature. But I'm most excited about the response we've gotten from the developer tools community. Developers want choice when it comes to language models, and we're working with leading developer tools companies like LangChain, Chroma, and many more to support the Palm API. We've also integrated it into Google developer tools like Firebase and Colab. You can hear a lot more about the Palm API in the developer keynote and sign up today. Now, to show you just how powerful the Palm API is, I want to share one concept that 5 engineers at Google put together over the last few weeks. The idea is called Project Tailwind, and we think of it as an AI-first notebook that helps you learn faster. Like a real notebook, your notes and your sources power Tailwind. How it works is you can simply pick the files from Google Drive, and it effectively creates a personalized and private AI model that has expertise in the information that you give it. We've been developing this idea with authors like Stephen Johnson and testing it at universities like Arizona State and the University of Oklahoma, where I went to school. Do you want to see how it works? Let's do a live demo. Now imagine that I'm a student taking a computer science history class. I'll open up Tailwind, and I can quickly see in Google Drive all my different notes and assignments and readings. I can insert them. And what'll happen when Tailwind loads up is you can see my different notes and articles on the side. Here they are in the middle. And it instantly creates a study guide on the right to give me bearings. You can see it's pulling out key concepts and questions grounded in the materials that I've given it. Now, I can come over here and quickly change it to go across all the different sources and type something like create glossary for Hopper. And what's going to happen behind the scenes is it'll automatically compile a glossary associated with all the different notes and articles relating to Grace Hopper, the computer science history pioneer. Look at this, Flowmatic, COBOL, compiler, all created based on my notes. Now let's try one more. I'm going to try something else called different viewpoints on Dynabook. So the Dynabook, this was a concept from Alan Kay. Again, Tailwind, going out, finding all the different things. You can see how quick it comes back. There it is. And what's interesting here is it's helping me think through the concept. So it's giving me different viewpoints. It was a visionary product. It was a missed opportunity. But my favorite part is it shows its work. You can see the citations here. When I hover over, here's something from an article the teacher signed. It's all right here, grounded in my sources. Now, Project Tailwind is still in its early days, but we've had so much fun making this prototype, and we realized it's not just for students. It's helpful for anyone synthesizing information from many different sources that you choose, like writers researching an article, or analysts going through earnings calls, or even lawyers preparing for a case. Imagine collaborating with an AI that's grounded in what you've read in all of your notes. We want to make it available to try it out if you want to see it. There's a lot more you can do with Palm 2, and we can't wait to see what you build using the Palm API. Generative AI is changing what it means to develop new products. At Google, we offer the best ML infrastructure with powerful models, including those in Vertex, and the APIs and tools to quickly generate your own applications. Building bold AI requires a responsible approach. So let me hand it over to James to share more. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm James. In addition to research, I lead a new area at Google called Technology and Society. Growing up in Zimbabwe, I could not have imagined all the amazing and groundbreaking innovations that have been presented on this stage today. And while I feel it's important to celebrate the incredible progress in AI and the immense potential that it has for people and society everywhere, we must also acknowledge that it's an emerging technology that is still being developed, and there's still so much more to do. Earlier, you heard Sundar say that our approach to AI must be both bold and responsible. While there's a natural tension between the two, we believe it's not only possible, but in fact critical to embrace that tension productively. The only way to be truly bold in the long term is to be responsible from the start. Our field-defining research is helping scientists make bold advances in many scientific fields, including medical breakthroughs. Take, for example, Google DeepMind's AlphaFold, which can accurately predict the 3D shapes of 200 million proteins. That's nearly all the catalog proteins known to science. AlphaFold gave us the equivalent of nearly 400 million years of progress in just weeks. So far, more than 1 million researchers around the world have used AlphaFold's predictions, including Feng Xiang's pioneering lab at the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard. Yeah. In fact, in March this year, Zhang and his colleagues at MIT announced that they'd used AlphaFold to develop a novel molecular syringe, which could deliver drugs to help improve the effectiveness of treatments for diseases like cancer. And while it's exhilarating to see such bold and beneficial breakthroughs, AI also has the potential to worsen existing societal challenges like unfair bias, as well as pose new challenges as it becomes more advanced and new uses emerge. That's why we believe it's imperative to take a responsible approach to AI. This work centers around our AI principles that we first established in 2018. These principles guide product development, and they help us assess every AI application. They prompt questions like, will it be socially beneficial? Or could it lead to harm in any way? One area that is top of mind for us is misinformation. Generative AI makes it easier than ever to create new content, but it also raises additional questions about its trustworthiness. That's why we're developing and providing people with tools to evaluate online information. For example, have you come across a photo on a website or one shared by a friend with very little context, like this one of the moon landing? and found yourself wondering, is this reliable? I have, and I'm sure many of you have as well. In the coming months, we're adding 2 new ways for people to evaluate images. First, with our About This Image tool in Google Search, you'll be able to see important information such as when and where similar images may have first appeared, where else the image has been seen online, including news, fact-checking, and social sites, all this providing you with helpful context to determine if it's reliable. Later this year, you'll also be able to use it if you search for an image or screenshot using Google Lens, or when you're on websites in Chrome. As we begin to roll out the generative image capabilities, like Sundar mentioned, we will ensure that every one of our AI-generated images has metadata, a markup in the original file to give you context if you come across it outside of our platforms. Not only that, creators and publishers will be able to add similar metadata, so you'll be able to see a label in images in Google Search marking them as AI-generated. As we apply our AI principles, we also start to see potential tensions when it comes to being bold and responsible. Here's an example. Universal Translate is an experimental AI video dubbing service that helps experts translate a speaker's voice while also matching their lip movements. Let me show you how it works with an online college course created in partnership with Arizona State University.
What many college students don't realize is that knowing when to ask for help and then following through on using helpful resources is actually a hallmark of becoming a productive adult.
Muchos universitarios no comprenden que saber cuándo pedir ayuda y usar recursos útiles es en realidad una clave para convertirse en un adulto productivo.
We use next generation translation models to translate what the speaker is saying, models to replicate the style and the tone, and then match the speaker's lip movements. Then we bring it all together. This is an enormous step forward for learning comprehension, and we're seeing promising results with course completion rates. But there's an inherent tension here. You can see how this can be incredibly beneficial, but some of the same underlying technology could be misused by bad actors to create deep fakes. So we've built this service with guardrails to help prevent misuse, and we make it accessible only to authorized partners. And as Sundar mentioned, soon we'll be integrating new innovations in watermarking into our latest generative models to also help with the challenge of misinformation. Our AI principles also help guide us on what not to do. For instance, years ago, we were the first major company to decide not to make a general purpose facial recognition API commercially available. We felt there weren't adequate safeguards in place. Another way we live up to our AI principles is with innovations to tackle challenges as they emerge, like reducing the risk of problematic outputs that may be generated by our models. We are one of the first in the industry to develop and launch automated adversarial testing using large language model technology. We do this for queries like this, to help uncover and reduce inaccurate outputs like the one on the left and make them better like the one on the right. We're doing this at a scale that's never been done before at Google, significantly improving the speed, quality, and coverage of testing, allowing safety experts to focus on the most difficult cases. And we're sharing these innovations with others. For example, our Perspective API, originally created to help publishers mitigate toxicity, is now being used in large language models. Academic researchers have used our Perspective API to create an industry evaluation standard. And today, all significant large language models, including those from OpenAI and Anthropic, incorporate this standard to evaluate toxicity generated by their own models. Building AI responsibly must be a collective effort involving researchers, social scientists, industry experts, governments, and everyday people, as well as creators and publishers, everyone and in the future. That's why we're getting feedback, and we'll be working with the web community on ways to give publishers choice and control over their web content. It's such an exciting time. There's so much we're going to accomplish and so much we must get right together. We look forward to working with all of you. And now I'll hand it off to Samir, who will speak to you about all the exciting developments we're bringing to Android. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be back at Google I/O. As you've heard today, our bold and responsible approach to AI can unlock people's creativity and potential. But how can all this helpfulness reach as many people as possible? At Google, our computing platforms and hardware products have been integral to that mission. From the beginning of Android, we believed that an open OS would enable a whole ecosystem and bring smartphones to everyone. And as we all add more devices to our lives, like tablets, TVs, cars, and more, this openness creates the freedom to choose the devices that work best for you. With more than 3 billion Android devices, we've now seen the benefits of using AI to improve experiences at scale. For example, this past year, Android used AI models to protect users from more than 100 billion suspected spam messages and calls. We can all agree that's pretty useful. There are so many opportunities where AI can just make things better. Today, we'll talk about 2 big ways Android is bringing that benefit of computing to everyone. First, continuing to connect you to the most complete ecosystem of devices, where everything works better together. And second, using AI to make the things you love about Android even better, starting with customization and expression. Let's begin by talking about Android's ecosystem of devices, starting with 2. Over the last 2 years, we've redesigned the experience on large screens, including tablets and foldables. We introduced a new system for multitasking that makes it so much easier to take advantage of all that extra screen real estate and seamlessly move between apps. We've made huge investments to optimize more than 50 Google apps, including Gmail, Photos, and Meet. And we're working closely with partners such as Minecraft, Spotify, and Disney Plus to build beautiful experiences that feel intuitive on larger screens. People are falling in love with Android tablets, and there are more great devices to pick from than ever. Stay tuned for our hardware announcements, where you just might see some of the awesome new features we're building for tablets in action. It's really exciting to see the momentum in smart watches as well. Wear OS is now the fastest growing watch platform, just 2 years after launching Wear OS 3 with Samsung. A top ask from fans has been for more native messaging apps on the watch. I'm excited to share that WhatsApp is bringing their first ever watch app to Wear this summer. I'm really enjoying using WhatsApp on my wrist. I can start a new conversation, reply to messages by voice, and even take calls. I can't wait for you to try it. Our partnership on Wear OS with Samsung has been amazing, and I'm excited about our new Android collaboration on immersive XR. We'll share more later this year. Now, we all know that to get the best experience, all these devices need to work seamlessly together. It's got to be simple. That's why we built FastPair, which lets you easily connect more than 300 headphones, and why we have Nearby Share to easily move files between your phone, tablet, or Windows and Chrome OS computer, and Cast to make streaming video and audio to your devices ultra simple, with support from over 3,000 apps. It's great to have all your devices connected, but if you're anything like me, it can be hard to keep track of all this stuff. At least 3 times a day, which is why we're launching a major update to our Find My Device experience to support a wide range of devices in your life, including headphones, tablets, and more. It's powered by a network of billions of Android devices around the world. So if you leave your earbuds at the gym, other nearby Android devices can help you locate them. And for other important things in your life, like your bicycle or suitcase, Tile, Chipolo, and others will have tracker tags that work with the Find My Device network as well. Now, we took some time to really get this right, because protecting your privacy and safety is vital. From the start, we designed the network in a privacy-preserving way, where location information is encrypted. No one else can tell where your devices are located, not even Google. This is also why we're introducing unknown tracker alerts. Your phone will tell you if an unrecognized tracking tag is moving with you and help you locate it. It's important these warnings work on your Android phone, but on other types of phones as well. That's why last week we published a new industry standard with Apple, outlining how unknown tracker alerts will work across all smartphones.
Absolutely. No, it feels like it's great for career
advancement
and just kind of being cutting edge, like what's not just the now, but like the future, what's coming, and to be able to anticipate for that.
Yep. What I liked was they have added a few very nice functions into the cloud, which is though I have not experimented on these yet, they have added a lot of new cloud functions which will be using some amount of generative AI. So that will actually make whatever applications that we are designing, that will really make it much interactive, and also it will definitely increase the speed at which we can generate the solutions that we are designing for. Though I'm not doing much of development and design right now, I do understand what is development, about me having been a developer for a long time. I do understand that portion of it, but it's really interesting to see what they have put in. I just was looking at 1 or 2 functions of that, and it's very easy to implement that kind of functions. Previously, you had to write code, you had to put in your own code and put it into your application. But now it's just a function that you have to just use in your code. So you don't have to sit and write the whole piece of code. That makes it very easy, right? So, and then it also gives wherever you may not know what functions to use. So it just gives something like a pop-up kind of thing, which will actually make it very easy. You don't have to remember the function name. You don't have to remember anything. So it just gives a pop-up when you start typing, just gives a pop-up, and you can just continue doing it. So that makes a life for even for a person who's a non-technical person or not a developer. Since this is already there, you can just start typing and it comes. It's like using more of natural language processing kind of. So I felt that was a new thing. Definitely that will help anybody who is planning to do more in the development area. It will definitely help that kind of people. So that is my big takeaway with respect to what they're doing in the cloud space, the new functions that have come in.
That's great. And I can see that that is something that will absolutely change things.
Yes, definitely. It will change it for everybody.
And how did you see it connect the cloud connecting to security and your role in security and some of the security takeaways?
Yeah, so during Google I/O Connect, they had one of the speakers. She gave a session very much related to security. You know, like she's not working with Google, but she's working with another company which is doing a lot of security related products. I don't get her name right now. Grace, I think. So she was giving a session very. I mean, it was very interesting, like how they're doing in the privacy space and on. I'm not getting what exactly that she was doing it. I wish I had my notes. I've just misplaced my notes somewhere. So like whatever session she gave, right? It set me thinking, like they have there are so many products, right? In the security space, there are so many products, but like when it comes to implementing it in companies, I think people I think are already doing that. They are choosing only what is needed for their company to use it. Like instead of, there are multiple tools for each and everything. Even for IAM, identity and access management, there's something. Cloud security, there are 100 tools. There are hundreds of tools for everything. But when it comes to choosing the right tool for your company, it's really a tiring process. So I think based on the business use case, based on whatever is needed for the company, only based on that, people will have to maybe they have to take away some security products which they're already using. They have to streamline more. So that's what is I feel that is my main takeaway. I was feeling, like when I was watching a session, I mean listening to a session, I was feeling like I don't know, because I talk to a lot of other security professionals too, and they say that we are using this tool. I say I've not even heard of that tool. Like it's like there are so many tools I've never heard. It's like I know the top tools definitely, and I know some of the other tools which my company is using. That's it. Beyond that, I don't know anything of the other tools, and I'm like surprised. Really, is there a tool like that? What does it do? It's like curiosity, right? And then, okay, based on the use case, what she was telling is based on the use case, you can use the right tool. I mean, you have to search it out. You have to search out this is my use case. What tool will be best for this? So a lot of tools are actually provided by the cloud service providers themselves. Security tools are already provided inbuilt in the cloud itself. So if at all that is enough, you can just use the cloud native tools. You don't have to go and take a separate tool and use it. So then the question comes, what is the use of the other tools which are designed by the other companies? Why would somebody want to take those tools? Only when there is a use case which needs a specialized solution, that's when we go for that. Yeah, that's my takeaway. That was what was there on the top of my mind. I just told you that.
And I think that's what, I mean, you're an expert in this field. You have your position you have, but I imagine that the role as you are a IT security professional is that you're looked upon to consult and be able to make those recommendations.
Yes.
Whether it's for one company now or other companies, or just the ability to sort of know that, we are using the right things, or we're missing things, or there's redundancies and we don't need to be using this because this other thing kind of actually replaces that. But how you see what other people don't see, and you understand what other people don't understand about how all of these things connect to each other.
Yeah, that's part of my job. That's exactly the part of my job now, which trying to find the right solution. It's a challenge. It's a real challenge, because then you have to go and study more about the products which you would have never even heard of or learned about. So, but there are some good products too. There are people coming up with so many products now, even with Google, with all these new things that are coming with generative AI. Google is coming up with things, Microsoft is coming up, different companies are coming up with different things, right? So it's like what do you choose for your solution, what do you recommend to your customers? It's a real challenge. But then definitely the thing that you have to do it based on use case, that has been around for a long time. And people who have been in the field for long, right, we do know that, oh, this is not, at least you can make out, this is not a suitable thing for this company, and it's not a suitable use case too for them. So then don't use this tool there, at least that much, But it's a challenging thing. And with AI coming into the picture, I mean, generative AI coming into the picture, it's getting more and more, it helps on one side, but it also gets complicated on one side.
Do you see the threats that companies face being similar, or are the threats themselves evolving?
Threats are evolving every day. Even now, sitting here within the 1 hour, you don't know what's going to come up. But yeah, the companies are definitely, they're using new tools that are coming up. They are they're at least able to stop it at the first stage itself. It's not even going beyond the first stage of when the threat, when something comes in, because of all the modeling and other stuffs that the companies are doing, tabletop exercises and all that. It's definitely not going to go beyond the first stage itself. But if it goes beyond that, there are at least a lot of ADR, those solutions which are already there, XDR, ADR solutions, which will definitely respond to the threat that has come up. But it's definitely much better. And with generative AI coming in, it's going to make preemptive threat analysis much better. So it's going to be pretty faster.
And you're dealing with, there's external threats, and then there's also, I'd say, internal, because you have to deal with who has access. And then if an employee is terminated, making sure that they're, how that's limited and that what can happen. I'm talking on just like micro levels, but dealing with sort of in the startup culture. And it was a small company, but it grew to like 60 full-time employees. But just understanding that, how many passwords were shared internally and how much turnover the company had. It's like there was no internal security in check. And so in some ways, I think some of their greatest threats were actually internal, not external.
Yeah, that's right.
So companies have to deal with who has access to information and when do they have access to information. And companies that are serious should be dealing with that a whole lot more professionally than what I witnessed.
Yeah. But one thing, what I've noticed in smaller companies is it's all based on trust.
Mm-hmm.
These small companies like SMEs, I've worked with a lot of SMEs last few years, 5 to 6 years, no, 8 years maybe. For 8 years, I've been working with smaller companies, and I know that it's their business. The backbone of their business is mainly based on trust. It's like they trust each other, and and they have known each other for long, so that helps. And that's the reason, the passwords go around, like nobody is bothered about sharing the password, but then it goes into the wrong hands. That's when breaches happen, and the information is leaked out, all that happens. But yeah, I agree with you.
And I think the danger happens, and I think that's probably the good point, is I was in a hyper growth company. And so it went from a small group of trusted colleagues to more and more new hires. And then at that point, they just became a revolving door while they grew and expanded their culture and tried to find the right fit. And that was the danger zone, where they really were acting like we trust everybody, but they shouldn't have been, because it was transitioning, because it was definitely becoming corporate, and it had well outgrown its startup roots. Although they would often refer to the startup nature of things. If you had a complaint, they were always like, "Oh, we're a startup. We should be excused for all things." But then you ask something else, and they're like, "Oh, well, we can't change the policy on that. We're corporate." So, but that aside, I do think, companies, especially if they're experiencing any kind of growth, do need to be aware that just camaraderie of trust needs to be systemized at a certain point.
Yes.
And that civic security risks are both internal and external.
Yeah, that is true. Very true. Because, like in small companies, right, they don't want to put in security practices into place because of cost. One of the main reasons is cost. oh, we have to, because they're cutting costs in every aspect. They're cutting costs, right? Because they're small companies and they want to use their money in the right places. I mean, they have to pay employees, they have to do, and they have to implement things. And if they have clients, that's fine. But if they don't have clients, and if they're not growing fast, then they definitely have to be cutting down on. Where will they cut? They'll cut out all these other frills. Actually, they consider security as a frill, which is a very wrong thinking. So so I was working with a company where they never bothered even to set up. I said, you have to set up something like an IAM solution or something like a cloud solution, which will have which will be controlling who can access the system, because you have to set up who can access the system and who shouldn't. And if an employee is terminated, immediately you should remove his access from all these systems he was accessing. And no, these companies, it's okay. We just want to, we don't want to spend so much on these licenses and stuff like that. And that is one of the most misconceptions these companies have. Like, we don't want to spend so much on security, but it's a wrong thinking.
Oh, it's very wrong thinking. I worked in a high risk industry for a while, and compliance is key. And people are like, oh, compliance. Well, no, we'll just deal with that when we get in trouble. And it's like, no. That trouble comes with jail time. Like, these are high. And I understand that the laws are kind of murky and they apply the rules differently in different situations, but you never know. At this point, compliance is a really important thing, but a lot of companies were treating compliance like a frill. And then they wondered why they went upside down. It's like, well, because you can't back your way into that and then try to fix it later. Your company's either built on compliance or it's not. I was working a lot in some high risk banking. I was in Colorado, so there was a lot of cannabis and CBD work around me, and a lot of these companies just kind of built themselves, especially in the CBD industry. They were like, oh, we'll pretend we're not who we are and we'll just get banking. And then they got pulled from that banking, and then they tried to get compliant banking, and none of their paperwork matched. Everything was because they tried to hide themselves for so long. And now they're coming into us saying, okay, I'm ready for a compliant bank. And it's like, no, you're not, because your paperwork's a mess. You didn't build yourself from the beginning as a company that wanted to be compliant and transparent.
Yeah. In small companies, they don't have any compliance solutions. I'll tell you, really, they don't have any compliance. It's all managed through Excel sheets. And even that also, unless somebody who knows about it and who knows that this is important, they will do it. Because whatever I was working with, I said I'm going to put in some sheets, compliance related sheets, but it wasn't something that they wanted. Like, you have to force it and you have to put it in place, and only then they may use it. But the thing is, right, that compliance is not equal to security. So even if we are compliant, there could be other ways in which somebody could definitely be a threat to your company, for sure.
Oh, no, absolutely. The compliance and security are totally different. And I say that the only reason I mention that is that I think sometimes both can be viewed as frills. As opposed to, sort of should be foundational within a company to think about both of those things. But on the security side, I've definitely seen, and I've worked a lot of my life around independent, let's say, authors and artists and things like that. And they just want to outsource things. They want to outsource their social media. They want to outsource. There's especially in the early days of it. And a lot of them were older and they were overwhelmed by it. But they would get into situations where these people had access to everything, their websites, their passwords, their everything. And then there was some sort of break in that relationship. And the next thing they knew, they had no access to their whole identity and their whole brand. It was owned and controlled by somebody else. A different kind of security, but just seeing how much people don't even think about it when they just hand over their passwords and and they didn't have any contractual protection.
Yeah, exactly. They don't, people don't take care of this. People don't take care of their own security, because we are people who, once you know about it and you're a person who is working in the field, possibly, even I don't know how many things that I am not securing myself with, right? Though many things, okay, I've secured my firewall, I've secured my router, I've secured my things, but I don't know where anybody could do anything with your identity. If you think of it more deeply, if you go more deeper, I think we should not talk that in this session. Maybe in some other session we can talk about this. But frankly speaking, we are not secure online at all.
And that said, just to wrap up this point, and then we'll bring it back to IO.
Okay.
Because I'm doing stuff in as I'm being mentored by Google, also by the intelligence community, and a big theme in the intelligence community. There's two themes I've picked up on this year. One of those themes is that extreme weather is a national security risk, and the second theme is was picked up on Cyber Week, and just cybersecurity as a national security issue for the everyday American. Like, we all need to be aware and take responsibility for our own security, and that they are trying to say, this is as NSA, National Security Agency, we can't do this for you. Like, we need you to have responsible passwords and change those passwords and keep those passwords in secure locations, and things you do for your small business and things you do for your own banking and online activities. And so please, and they've put out checklists and they've put out resources to encourage people to take this seriously and take the appropriate necessary actions to not be a victim.
Yep, I agree with you.
So back to IO. So you got sessions, you got networking, you got energy, you got fed, you got lots of entertainment. It sounds like you got an incredible intersection of the fun and the learning. And I do think they say that we do retain more and learn more, especially difficult concepts, if we're relaxed.
Yeah, that's true. That's
And
very much.
We're in
the company of some friends I made there. So it was like definitely, what do you say, when you are in a session, maybe you don't capture everything. When you're in a session, your attention definitely, it's not that they say, right, the 10-minute attention, that's all a person can have. After 10 minutes, you want to look around, you cannot keep looking at the speaker. So when you look around, you lose that particular conversation that goes on. Maybe that was important. So then you have people around. When I get out of the session, I had a few people that I met and I made friends with. So when we get out of the session, we just discuss, okay, this is what I felt of this session. What is your thoughts? And, it was really nice. That's what was the best part also for me, like interacting with people who, to some extent, they're like-minded. And that was a good takeaway for me too.
I think the like-mindedness and the meeting people and the relationships that are built through this. I think one thing that was a big takeaway for me, because my first career, before I got into the cannabis and CBD side of things, when I was in Colorado, this is part of the reason I'm back at school for like a major career reset, because it's like, where to next? I no longer live in Colorado as my base. My first career was in the entertainment and media industry. So now I'm kind of coming full circle. But how do you know that you're in an industry is, to me, where the people know each other.
Yeah,
it's right. Not so much who you know individually, like, oh, there's all these spokes on my wheel. It's that spokes are all interconnected, and there's this web, and that's where that sense of belonging really happens. Is we belong because not only do we know I know people, but those people also have their own relationships with each other. And then when you build those relationships over time, and there's that repeated interaction, that's where those friendships are really built and sustained.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you. Yeah, I wasn't a person who used to network a lot before. Like, if you look at me, if you had known me 3 years back or something, I wasn't a person who was going out and trying to meet people. And, I wasn't that kind of a person. I'm more of whatever I need for my job. That's what that kind of people is what I'm going to interact with. That's enough for me, So, but when I started my own company, and I could not do beyond a particular extent, it was only through the known contacts you get you go and do your business demos and things like that. That's when I started thinking that, you need to expand your sphere. And it started, I could say I was flowering out of something else into a new thinking. And that's when I pretty much opened after that. So my LinkedIn was having only some 200 connections, but after that I started, like, in the security field, definitely you need to have connections, and you learn through having connections. So yeah, the base also grew in LinkedIn. Then Google I became a Google Techmaker ambassador. I mean, Women Techmaker ambassador. So that also actually expanded my sphere of network and the kind of people that I'm interacting with. See, everybody I meet in Google, everybody I met, even in Google I/O or in Extended, not everybody is totally a techie person either. There are some people who are creative, like how you're talking about, because you talked about creative. I just remembered some people I met, they are the creative sort of people who are creative in tech or something like that. I'm part of that group also. So so when you meet this kind of people who are not purely technical, because you just cannot have that same technical talk in every conversation, you just get bored. At least me, I'll get bored of that. So it is like other areas, like what are your challenges as a woman who has got kids? What are your what do you think about this mental health and mindful thinking? There are these new concepts that have come up, right? Like mindfulness and mental health is like all over the place now. Like, possibly 2 years back nobody was even thinking so much about it, but now definitely with all the new developments happening in tech, the developments happening in people's own lives, this is becoming really, very important. And what is the diversity space happening, what is happening in the DEI space? So it's like a lot of conversations. It's not just the technical conversations, but there were other conversations also. I met just random people, just sitting next to somebody in a session, or just walking in the eating space, just meet people. And then just I wasn't a person who would start a conversation and think, but now I'm it's very easy for me to, like, it's very easy for me to connect, and I just ask things, and they realize, okay, she's talking about something, let me also talk. And you get feedback, and that's how you learn, and you also share with others. And when you share, and I definitely feel the confidence levels of the different topics, definitely that has increased for me. Because when somebody tells me something, or if I'm not able to tell something, like if you ask me, like for example today you asked me about the cloud, right? What did you learn in the Google I/O in the cloud? Suddenly I was like, what did I learn? I did go there, I did listen to all the sessions, I knew that they have come up with new cloud functions. It suddenly didn't come up. And then I just looked at something that I had in one of the emails. I had exchanged some email with somebody, and we were talking about that particular thing. Are you using this kind of? That's when I remembered, oh God, I've already done this kind of stuff. So it is that. That's what I found. Like.
So you have your own business now. Is that yours?
No, right now I'm working with the company which I co-founded many years back.
Okay.
So I wanted to do more in the cybersecurity field, in the cloud security field. But then, like the company which I joined a few months last year, whichever I joined, the same issue. They are an SME, and they are not interested in spending on cloud solutions. They're not interested in spending on cloud security solutions. Because they said, instead of working on the security thing, work on the cloud development for us. I said, I'm not interested in cloud development. I have spent money to learn things in cybersecurity. I have done camps. I have done different things. That is my interest. So I want to do that kind of stuff. But they said, no, we want to do more of this. We don't want to spend money on that. So I did a lot of demos for them. I did, proof of concepts, POCs, a lot of POCs and other stuffs for them. But finally, I just got irritated, like there will be no growth in this kind of company, because I wanted to do something else. So I thought I'm going to get down into, I'm a person who likes to do things on my own kind of, I have my own thought process. So I asked my company, which I had co-founded, and I had left them because I wanted to do cybersecurity, right? They weren't doing anything in cybersecurity. So I talked to them and I said, they right now, they're not doing much in cybersecurity area, but I said, I'll build something for you and let's do something. So they said, okay. This company is also now getting into cybersecurity, you can say. So, yeah. But they're more in the cloud space, Microsoft products. Yeah.
The reason I'm mentioning, and I was asking this, is because I'm seeing your growth as you're talking about being a Google Women Techmaker Ambassador and attending I/O and I'm in a leadership class now, and it's the second leadership class I've taken. The first one was in my master's of urban planning, and now we're talking about geospatial leadership and just looking at some of the takeaways from the readings that I have. One of them was talking about and that all of these can exist within one person and within an organization. The idea that you need strategic leadership and you need operational leadership. And it sounds like those are two areas that you've had and have executed on very well in strategic thinking and in operational thinking. And then it seems the two areas where you're growing significantly is in thought leadership and in bridge building leadership.
Yep. Bridge building is definitely it's growing a lot. I never thought I would be a people's kind of person, because early career, I was like, I started my career in the early 2000s, and for 10 years, I was a pure developer in the sense that I was doing a lot of software development of any technology you give me, I'll develop something out of it. That kind of person, and very much in my cubicle kind of. I just want to be in my space. I don't want anybody to disturb me. You give me a task, I'm going to do it and I'm good with you. That kind of person. And I never wanted to interact also with anybody. And I had kids growing up. I was having kids. I was having them growing up. My husband was always busy. So I said, okay, I'm happy with this kind of life. But then, like in one of the companies I was working, they said, now we want you to lead this team. That's when the problem started. So it's like, people management, and it started becoming more project management, more of people management. But I told them, guys, I like more of having something to do with my technical work. I want to do a lot of that kind of stuff, technical work, more than people management. I like this kind of thing. But then, like once you're in agile space, the agile software development process, you start getting a lot of process things and people management that comes into the picture. So eventually, I did a lot of that kind of work, project management and other things. But my heart is more into, I like to do things where I'm deciding it and I'm driving it. So like now I feel that I've not learned a lot on generative AI, but the more I start learning that, right, I feel that we can all get there. That kind of thinking. We can all think for our how we want the products to be or how we want the technology to be used. We can all think that way. For anybody now, it will actually become the constant thing for everybody, I feel.
Mm-hmm. I wrote a play with Bard.
Oh, you played with Bard?
No, I wrote a play.
Oh, you wrote a play on Bard?
I wrote a musical.
Oh, okay.
With Bard. We co-wrote it because it doesn't have music. I haven't got music to my songs, but I've got songs. I've got a storyline. I've got an act structure. Got all my characters. Got dialogue. I got a beginning, middle, and end. I actually want to do a table read with it, but it was interesting it was a perfect opportunity for me to see what it does, what it doesn't, and create content with it, because it sort of says, I can sing, I can dance. I mean, Bard has said it's more creative than ChatGPT as far as a generative AI model. It cannot do math. I have asked it many math questions. It does not know math. So it can write code as far as, it's not code. I'm right now doing an SQL class, so it can pull SQL queries. And it's
good in that. I've tried SQL queries. Yes,
it can do SQL queries, but my play is based on historical. So I was asking it to recount historical events, and it would get its dates confused. It would get its players confused. It would miss things. So it worked really well in the fact that I had become a mini expert in this topic, and that I knew so much because when I say mini expert, I basically read 8 books on the same topic on different perspectives.
Oh, so you know about it.
Yes. So I was able to coach it like, hey, remember this? Hey, that happened. Hey, you forgot this. No, that wasn't the year that happened. No, this happened before that. So it's not quite there yet, but it was on its way. But if I told it kind of, here are the characters and here are the themes and here's what they're talking about and are singing about, it gave me great lyrics. I mean, I can't say they're great lyrics, but I have a rough draft is what I have. And so now if I were to bring it to a table read and put some actors in a room and we read through it, we could then say, what works, what doesn't work, what we could make better. And it's the beginning of a project.
Wow. See, if based on what you're telling me, I'm feeling like, see, everybody can use it in their own way in whatever they want, right? That is the advantage of generative AI, right? For me, I want to maybe I want to simplify so many things in my life. Like I don't go to it for too much. But sometimes I can't figure out what my daughter asks me. She's in middle school now. She's going to high school, but she's in middle school. So after ChatGPT came, there were so many things I used to just go and ask, because I don't want to sound like a fool in front of her. So it's like, I go and I get, and it gives me good answers, actually. Frankly speaking, ChatGPT gave me some of the concepts, at least to understand, to remember what I had studied in school. It gave me those things. If I had Googled, it would be like many websites that would have come up, and I have to go and search in each of the websites and read, and you may not get it. And I don't have the patience for Khan Academy. Like Khan Academy, you have to watch videos. So, I found definitely ChatGPT really useful for that. Though I've not experimented with Bard for maths, because Bard came a bit later on, right? So it was like ChatGPT. I took the paid version, and I've taken the paid version. So paid version gives a much better result. But
I haven't needed it yet, but
do a play in it.
Yeah, I wrote. Well, actually, in a lot of playwright competitions, and say no AI, and I'm like, and I look at it like, well, no, we did this together, and the reality is that, and I think I see so many similarities between the arts and the sciences, and I actually am kind of mad about the fact that I was in the arts for so long and I felt excluded from the sciences. Like I didn't feel invited by people in the sciences to say, oh no, you can be one of us. There's stuff to learn, but there's many places you can learn it. Yeah. I feel like now that I'm getting a master's in science and I have a certificate in technology, that I'm like, I'm one of you, I'm here. But I see so many parallels where people say things, but that science is meant, like a scientific experiment is meant to be replicatable. And then it's iterative, that other people can build on it. And a creative process is iterative.
Yes.
That's one of the reasons why I look at Shakespeare and I was like, why is he a standout among all writers? And I'm like, well, because he ran like a TV writer's room. It was a collective that created it. It was workshopped night after night because they were live plays. And then he captured it and wrote it down, and it stood the test of time, but it was workshopped. He wasn't writing by himself a novel and ended up being this perfect work of art. It was that it had this iterative collective process.
Yeah. Maybe he was already iterative. AI was already running in his brain.
He had the team. He had the whole cadre of actors there. They were the generative AI together with him.
Okay.
He wasn't a solo act. He was running.
I don't know much about these classical stuffs. I just have read a lot of Shakespeare's book because of school. But I didn't know that
he was a playwright. These were plays. They were performed live with actors. And then what didn't work, they got tomatoes thrown at them, so they got really good at knowing what worked and what didn't. And then what we read was stuff that had already performed and performed well.
Oh, they were already performed.
Yeah.
Whatever we are reading now was actually performed, and he improved on it. Oh, okay.
Well, he wrote what the final result was.
Oh, okay.
But it went from this very sort of drafty thing that they would just get on stage and perform in front of live audiences, and night after night, they'd make it better.
Mm.
And now we get what we have. They debugged it.
Awesome.
So, and I think a lot of people are intimidated by art because they only see the final product, or they're intimidated by technology because they only see the final product. And it's like, no, there's this whole behind the scenes iterative, we make it better. And real humans just created it. But now we have the help of technology. So I think I have a better starting point as a first draft, but now I need to get some people around it to read it and see if we can play with it and make it better. But
you're a creative person, right? You're creative.
Yes.
You've come from that space, so it's very easy for you. It flows. It flows
very much.
Very much. Yeah. I know.
Yes, but I'm working, and actually that was my big conference takeaway. I do feel like sometimes also conferences give us a perspective of ourselves that perhaps we didn't see before, because we see how we introduce ourselves to people. We see how people respond to us. We see the parts of our expertise that they're wowed by. We see the parts of us that are just sort of taken in as normal. Or we see the parts of us that we're like, oh yeah, maybe I need to bolster that part of my identity or learning. So I feel like they're a mirror of us, because you introduce yourself to so many people in short order that we actually leave with some takeaways about ourselves.
That's true. Yeah.
And
you definitely learn about yourself. That's for true.
So as we wrap up, I'm going to ask you to sort of share some of those takeaways. I'll say that for me, my last conference I went to in July in San Diego was for Esri, which is a big part of software that is in the geospatial space for mapping. And I'm learning all of these technical tools and these software programs, and there've been a learning curve. I mean, I'm in a graduate level program for a year to just get a starting point with these software and sort of spatial thinking. And so I realized how hard I'm working to get this learning and to become one of these people. And there's tens of thousands of people at this event. And I'm left with the takeaway that I am unique at this conference. My background in entertainment, media, communications, podcasting, YouTube, I felt like I was the only one. And I left kind of going, wow, I guess I need to do more of me. I can still continue my learning. I can still continue my passion to want to have this technical expertise and proficiency, but not to leave myself behind. Not to, and I feel like that's with Google Women Techmakers. If I can create this platform, I can create the stage, I can have you come with me and do the things that come most naturally to me and have my joy of editing and of building community that we all win. And that's what that was my big takeaway when I went to that technical conference was I'm making really good strides and I'm welcome into this community and I speak the language and I'm getting, and I'm working really hard to do so. And yet the things that come most naturally to me that I'm not working hard at all. And I probably worked hard over many, many years, but now it's just so natural to me. I didn't see anybody there that had what I have. So I was like, that's kind of an interesting takeaway. And that's where I understood, and I, for the first time, conceptualized stage one of my career was being a support system for other creatives. Step two of my career was being a creative, but behind the scenes. And now step three of my career is being a creative that I can actually have it be my voice and my personality and be in front of the camera for the first time.
Yep. Nice. That's a good discovery for you.
So what about you? So what were some of your takeaways?
So my takeaways was definitely, I felt like, I wasn't a person who was very conversative, but when I went to these conferences, I definitely met a lot of people and I conversed with a lot of them. And I felt that, oh, really, I do know things. I mean, it was like, there were a lot of things running in the mind. There were a lot of things on the back of the mind. But when I started talking to people, that's when it started flowing out, and it flowed out so easily. I felt like, oh, I do know things. Okay, when I'm in a conversation, it should be a two-way thing, right? It cannot be like only the other person is sharing something and you're not. But when I felt that I could give out something and the other person is saying, oh, wow, is that there? Is this kind of thing really exists or something like that? I felt, okay, I'm also sharing something. I mean, really, this really is improving my knowledge, and it's also giving something to the other person, because I find interactive communication really, I feel good. When I'm in an interactive kind of communication, I feel really good. So that was the plus point for me. And another thing that I really saw was it's the energy, whatever I was talking to you previously about, the energy of the people around, right? Like everybody who came there, they've come with so much good energy that they want to learn. They want to know what is the new things that are happening, at least the people I met. And I think it was there all around. That good energy was there all around. So I felt it's what is happening in this field? What is the new thing that's happening? And among all that, it's also the fun part of it. So we had a lot of taking selfies, making fun of each other, and like dressing up and all that stuff. It was nice as a woman tech maker. That was my positive takeaway from the thing.
But that's why we need people, and that's why we need people who are good at what they do and learning and keeping up with all of these changes. And so you have a very important role to play.
Yep, all of us.
All of us.
All of us. And going to Google I/O Connect is important because of this. We need to at least, like you get to know what is happening in the market. What are the tools. Now, see, they're developing so many products, right? Sometimes I do think, are they putting in security into this? I really don't know. When it comes to cloud security, when you go to the very deep niches of the cloud security, you really don't know what the cloud vendors are doing. You cannot go and touch those systems. That is not in, as a client, I cannot touch the systems. As a person who's developing a solution, I cannot touch those systems. I don't know really what is happening in the background, but I'm just taking the trust. It's just the trust because of all the organizations which are doing the audits, reviews, and other things. I just say, okay, I believe AWS because it's a big name. I believe Microsoft because it's a big name. I believe Google because it's a big name, and they are not going to. It's the trust that we have on these companies. But really, you don't know what is there. If a breach really happens, it's very difficult to. There are experts in the field. I'm not an expert in so much of an expert or anything in the cybersecurity field yet, but there are experts who can go and detect and find out things. But it will not come out in the market. Because beyond some extent, we cannot go into the systems. That's the way it is.
I see I'm seeing the gap stories exist in the gap and the opportunity. And I feel like where we as professionals want to be is in the preventative. And I feel like even in human security, there's so many things that cities and people can do to protect themselves and in terms of resiliency. Yeah. And when we talk about generators and backup, many of the people who died, unfortunately, just lost power and lost heat and had 7 feet of snow out their front door. And even though the city provided warming shelters, they couldn't get to them and nobody could get to these people. And so, someone mentioned to me the other day, Elon Musk has a new battery. And it's like, well, maybe that battery is the thing that they could have that could give them heat and they could stay alive. And that when the Texas ice storm happened, there were too many people who weren't aware that if you try to heat yourself up in your garage in your car, you will kill yourself because that's carbon monoxide. You can't smell it, you can't see it. But if you're not aware that that's a risk, it's a life-threatening risk. And so I think more people need to know what to do in emergency situations. So I would love to be part of resiliency planning. And I love everything in the GIS and the digital twins and how we can work with really cool digital replications of cities. And so we can really see things that you can't see in the real world, being able to work in these digital spaces and put data into these digital worlds. But I also feel like a lot of my potential future work is going to be in the recovery after disasters because they didn't take the plan. So as much as I see there's a strong interest in saying, I can protect you, let's get ahead of this, I now see there's probably an opportunity in a whole business of, okay, you screwed up. Now, how do we help you fix it?
Yeah, exactly. Most of us are in that space. Most of us are in that space where we are fixing things. We are fixing the faults. See, as a developer, I might have made a fault. Now I'm fixing that. by putting in, say, what does DevSecOps means? It's nothing but you're put into the development workflow, whatever was there, developed by the developers, you're putting in security. That's because previously when they designed it, it wasn't put in. So it's like we are all in that, that space where we are fixing the problems yet. But then new things are solutions are coming up, right? Like any of the companies, they're coming up with new solutions. And now only thing is we just hope and pray that they're putting in good security into whatever new thing is coming in. Because or else it's going to move down the stream and the same problem will be there. We'll still be in that space of solving this problem. The more it's like, that story, right? Where the dam is broken, there's a hole. They just go and put something on a cloth or something on that hole and thinking that, okay, that stops the water. But then again, after some time, it's again going to flow and open up and flow out. So it's going to become that story again. People are becoming more interactive now. It's not like in the days, previously it was security is a separate team, development is a separate team. Now there is a lot of interaction going on, and people are understanding, but it's still a process. It's still going to take time. It's not
very much.
Yeah, it's not going to be like a 5-year plan or anything. It's a long time plan, but eventually I think we'll get there. But I don't know, maybe I'll be out of the field by then. I'll be out of the working by then. But I'm seeing companies are having plans, because I was talking to somebody locally, and also I was talking to somebody in Google I/O itself. So that person also, he was in not Google I/O, sorry, in Google I/O Connect. I met a guy who was also in the security space, and I was still asking him, what are you doing with respect to, they were having a DevSecOps process and all that stuff. So I was asking, what are you guys doing? Is it like, do you already have a process? He said, no, we have just started the project. So I said, what is it? How long will your project, like, will you finish it off in 1 year or like 6 months? What are you talking about? He said. No, I said, I just gave a proof of concept, and I thought my estimate was like 6 months to 1 year. He said, no, this is a 5-year project. I said, oh my God, okay. I don't know anything about this. I'm sorry. So I really didn't know anything. But he said, no, it's not something that you can just do it in 6 months to 1 year. It will definitely take, it's a long-term plan. So you can imagine, right? This is I think it's a bigger company. It's, whatever company he's working for, it's a bigger team, bigger company. But the thought process, basically it is the thought process. More than putting tools into the system, more than that hands-on stuff, it's also the thought process of the leaders, then the managers, and then it has to come down into the teams. Everybody in the company has to think in the same mindset. Only then this change can happen. And that is not very easy. It will take a lot of time, because if you see developers, what will developers do? They just want to get the solution out the door. Like, these new technologies are there. Even if generative AI comes, there are already, what is that? Cybersecurity framework has given, right? It is given what are the generative AI, what are the problems that it will introduce, and what you should do to mitigate. Do you think developers will be sitting and reading about it? Where is the time? Say, cybersecurity experts may be reading. I'm reading it. You come to know about it. You're going to read about it because you're interested in security. But the developer, he just wants to develop something, and he's so curious. He's so excited to come up with a new product so that his customers can use it. But what security is being put into it, God knows. I mean, it's like, it's such a challenge and an issue. Unless and until everybody gets that mindset. And that's the reason even the the government has given a new plan, right? The Fed has given the new plan, cybersecurity plan, that they want everybody to be involved in this process. That's what it is. I wanted to check one point with you. When you were mentioning the cybersecurity NSA strategy thing, you mentioned about climatic changes, right? So what is definitely global warming? They say we are at the tip of the, the problem. We are already at the tip. Anything could happen, because they say if the currents start flowing in a different direction on the Atlantic Ocean, it's going to affect New York and all those places. So is that really happening? What is it?
I've read a number of stories that's an anything could happen situation.
Both the new Find My Device experience and unknown tracker alerts are coming later this summer. Now, we've talked a lot about connecting devices, but Android's also about connecting people. After all, phones were created for us to communicate with our friends and family. When you're texting in a group chat, you shouldn't have to worry about whether everyone is using the same type of phone. Sending high quality images and video, getting typing notifications, and end-to-end encryption should all just work. That's why we've worked with our partners on upgrading old SMS and MMS technology to a modern standard called RCS that makes all of this possible. And there are now over 800 million people with RCS. On our way to over 1 billion by the end of the year. We hope every mobile operating system gets the message and adopts RCS. So we can all hang out in the group chat together, no matter what device we're using. Whether it's connecting with your loved ones or connecting all of your devices, Android's complete ecosystem makes it easy. Another thing people love about Android is the ability to customize their devices and express themselves. Here's Dave to tell you how we're taking this to the next level with generative AI.
All right, thanks, Samir, and hello, everyone. So here's the thing. People want to express themselves in the products they use every day, from the clothes they wear, to the car they drive, to their surroundings at home. We believe the same should be true for your technology. Your phone should feel like it was made just for you. And that's why customization has always been at the core of the Android experience. This year, we're combining Android's guided customization with Google's advances in generative AI, so your phone can feel even more personal. So let me show you what this looks like. To start, messages and conversations can be so much more expressive, fun, and playful with Magic Compose. It's a new feature coming to Google Messages, powered by generative AI, that helps you add that extra spark of personality to your conversation. So just type your message like you normally would, and then choose how you want to sound. Magic Compose will do the rest. So your messages give off more positivity, more rhymes, more professionalism. Or if you want, in the style of a certain playwright. To try or not to try this feature, that is the question. Now, we also have new personalizations coming to the OS layer. At Google I/O 2 years ago, we introduced Material U. It's a design system that combines user inspiration with dynamic color science for a fully personalized experience. We're continuing to expand on this in Android 14 with all new customization options coming to your lock screen. So now I can add my own personalized style to the lock screen clock, so it looks just the way I want. And what's more, with the new customizable lock screen shortcuts, I can instantly jump into my most frequent activities. Of course, what really makes your lock screen and home screen yours is the wallpaper. And it's the first thing that many of us set when we get a new phone. Now, emojis are such a fun and simple way of expressing yourself, so we thought, wouldn't it be cool to bring them to your wallpaper? So with emoji wallpapers, you choose your favorite combination of emoji, pick the perfect pattern, and then find just the right color to bring them all together. So let's take a look. And I'm not going to use the laptops. I'm going to use the phone. All right. So let's see. I'm going to go into the wallpaper picker, and I'm going to tap on the new option for emojis. And I'm feeling in a kind of, I don't know, zany mood with all you people. And, let's see, who else is in here? This one looks pretty cool, like the 8-bit one. And obviously that one. Somebody said there was a duck on stage earlier, so let's go find a duck. Hello, duck. Where's the duck? Anyone see a duck? Where's the duck gone? There's a duck. All right, there it is. We got some ducks. OK, cool. And then pattern-wise, we got a bunch of different patterns you can pick. I'm going to pick mosaic. That's my favorite. I'm going to play with the zoom. Let's see, we'll get this just right. OK, I got enough ducks in there. OK, cool. And then colors, let's see. Ooh, that pops. Let's go with a more muted one. Or maybe that one. That one looks good. That looks good. I like that one. All right, select that, set the wallpaper, and then I go home. Looks pretty cool, huh? And the little emojis, they react when you tap them, which I find I find this unusually satisfying. And how much time have I got? OK, no, OK, we'll move on. OK, so of course, many of us like to use a favorite photo for our wallpaper. And so with the new cinematic wallpaper feature, you can create a stunning 3D image from any regular photo and then use it as your wallpaper. So let's take a look. So this time, I'm going to go into my photos. And I really like this photo of my daughter. So let me select that. And you'll notice there's a sparkle icon at the top. So if I tap that, I get a new option for cinematic wallpaper. So let me activate that and then wait for it. Boom. OK. Now, under the hood, we're using an on-device convolutional neural to estimate depth, and then a generative adversarial network for in-cinematic 3D photo. So then let me set the wallpaper, and then I'm going to return home. And check out the parallax effect as I tilt the device. It literally jumps off the screen. So both cinematic wallpapers and emoji wallpapers are coming first to Pixel devices next month. So let's say you don't have the perfect wallpaper photo handy, or you just want to have fun and create something new. With our new generative AI wallpapers, you choose what inspires you, and then we create a beautiful wallpaper to fit your vision. So let's take a look. So this time, I'm going to go and select Create a Wallpaper with AI. And I like classic art, so let me tap that. Now, you'll notice at the bottom, we use structured prompts to make it easier to create. So for example, I can pick, what am I going to do? City by the Bay in a post-impressionist style. Cool. And I tap Create Wallpaper. Nice. Now, behind the scenes, we're using Google's text-to-image diffusion models to generate completely new and original wallpapers. And I can swipe through and see all the different options that it's created. And some of these look really cool, right? So let me pick this one. I like this one. So I'll select that, set the wallpaper, and then return home. Cool. So now, out of the billions of Android phones in the world, no other phone will be quite like mine. And thanks to Material U, you can see that the system's color palette is automatically adapted to match the wallpaper I created. Generative AI wallpapers will be coming this fall. So from a thriving ecosystem of devices to AI-powered expression, there is so much going on right now in Android. OK, Rick is up next to show you how this Android innovation is coming to life in the Pixel family of devices. Thank you.
The pace of AI innovation over the past year has been astounding. As you heard Sundar talk about earlier, new advances are transforming everything from creativity and productivity to knowledge and learning. Now let's talk about what that innovation means for Pixel, which has been leading the way in AI-driven hardware experiences for years. Now, from the beginning, Pixel was conceived as an AI-first mobile computer, bringing together all the amazing breakthroughs across the company and putting them into a Google device you can hold in your hand. Other phones have AI features, but Pixel is the only phone with AI at the center. And I mean that literally. The Google Tensor G2 chip is custom designed to put Google's leading-edge AI research to work in our Pixel devices. By combining Tensor's on-device intelligence with Google's AI in the cloud, Pixel delivers truly personal AI. Your device adapts to your own needs and preferences, and it anticipates how it can help you save time and get more done. This personal AI enables all those helpful experiences that Pixel's known for that aren't available on any other mobile device, like Pixel Call Assist, which helps you avoid long hold times, navigate phone tree menus, ignore the calls you don't want, and get better sound quality on the calls you do want. Personal AI also enables helpful Pixel speech experiences. On-device machine learning translates different languages for you, transcribes conversations in real time, and understands how you talk and type. And you're protected with Pixel Safe, a collection of features that keep you safe online and in the real world. And of course, there's Pixel Camera.
It understands faces, expressions, and skin tones to better depict you and the people. Amazing. We're also constantly working to make Pixel Camera more inclusive and more accessible with features like real tone and guided frame. Pixel experiences continue to be completely unique in mobile computing. And that's because Pixel's the only phone engineered end-to-end by Google, and the only phone that combines Google Tensor, Android, and AI. With this combination of hardware and software, Pixel lets you experience all those incredible new AI-powered features you saw today in one place. For example, the new Magic Editor in Google Photos that Sundar showed you, it'll be available for early access to select Pixel phones later this year, opening up a whole new avenue of creativity with your photos. And Dave just showed you how Android's adding depth to how you can express yourself with generative AI wallpapers. And across Search, Workspace, and Bard, new features powered by large language models can spark your imagination, make big tasks more manageable, and help you find better answers to everyday questions, all from your Pixel device. We have so many more exciting developments in the space, and we can't wait to show you more in the coming months. Now, it's probably no surprise that as AI keeps getting more and more helpful, our Pixel portfolio keeps growing in popularity. Last year's Pixel devices are our most popular generation yet, with both users and respect and analysts. Phones won multiple Phone of the Year awards. Yes, thank you. And in the premium smartphone category, Google is the fastest growing OEM in our markets. One of our more popular products is the Pixel A series, which delivers incredible. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It delivers incredible Pixel performance in a very affordable device. And to continue the I/O tradition, let me show you the newest member of our A series. Today, we're completely upgrading everything you love about our A series with the gorgeous new Pixel 7a. Like all Pixel 7 series devices, Pixel 7a is powered by our flagship Google Tensor G2 chip, and it's paired with 8 GB of RAM, which ensures Pixel 7a delivers best-in-class performance and intelligence. And you're gonna love the camera. The 7a takes the crown from 6a as the highest rated camera in its class, with the biggest upgrade ever to our A series camera hardware, including a 72% bigger main camera sensor. Now here's the best part. Pixel 7a is available today, starting at $499. It's an unbeatable combination of design, performance, and photography, all at a great value. And you can check out the entire Pixel 7a lineup on the Google. Now, next up, we're going to show you how we're continuing to expand the Pixel portfolio into new form factors. Yeah. Like foldables and tablets. You can see them right there. It's a complete ecosystem of AI-powered devices engineered by Google. Here's Rose to show you what a larger screen Pixel can do for you.
Okay, let's talk tablets, which have been a little bit frustrating. It's always hard to know where they fit in, and they haven't really changed in the past 10 years. A lot of times they're sitting forgotten in the drawer, and that one moment you need it, it is out of battery. We believe tablets and large screens in general still have a lot of potential. So we set out to build something different, making big investments across Google Apps, Android, and Pixel to reimagine how large screens can deliver a more helpful experience. Pixel Tablet is the only tablet engineered by Google and designed specifically to be helpful in your hand and in the place they are used the most, the home. We designed the Pixel Tablet to uniquely deliver helpful Pixel experiences, and that's started to a great hardware. A beautiful 11-inch high resolution, crisp audio from the 4 built-in speakers. The world's best Android experience on a tablet powered by Google Tensor G2 for long-lasting battery life and cutting-edge personal AI. For example, with Tensor G2, we optimized the Pixel camera specifically for video calling. Tablets are fantastic video calling devices. And with Pixel Tablet, you are always in frame, in focus, and looking your best. The large screen makes Pixel Tablet the best Pixel device for editing photos with AI-powered tools like Magic Eraser and Photo Unblur. Now, typing on a tablet can be so frustrating. With Pixel Speech and Tensor G2, we have the best voice recognition, making voice typing nearly 3 times faster than tapping. And as Samir mentioned, we've been making huge investments to create great app experiences for larger screens, including more than 50 of our own apps. With Pixel Tablet, you are getting great tablet hardware with great tablet apps. But we saw an opportunity to make the tablet even more helpful in the home. So we engineered a first-of-its-kind charging speaker dock. Woo!
That's pretty good. Now, take off over the past few years. Android's driven so much innovation in this new form factor, and we see tremendous potential here. We've heard from our users that the Dream Foldable should have a versatile form factor, making it great to use both folded and unfolded. It should also have a flagship-level camera system that truly takes advantage of the unique design. And an app experience that's fluid and seamless across both screens. Creating a foldable like that, it really means pushing the envelope with state-of-the-art technology. And that means an ultra-premium $17.99 device. Now, to get there, we've been working closely with our Android colleagues to create a new standard for foldable technology. Introducing Google Pixel Fold. It combines Tensor G2, Android innovation, and AI for an incredible phone that unfolds into an incredible compact tablet. It's the only foldable engineered by Google to adapt to how you want to use it, with a familiar front display that works great when it's folded, and when it's unfolded, it's our thinnest phone yet, and the thinnest foldable on the market. Now, to get there, we had to pack a flagship-level phone into nearly half the thickness, which meant completely redesigning components like the telephoto lens and the battery and a lot more. So it can fold up, and it can fit in your pocket and retain that familiar smartphone silhouette when it's in your hand. But Pixel Fold has 3 times the screen space of a normal phone. You unfold it, and you're treated to an expansive 7.6-inch display that opens flat with a custom 180-degree fluid friction hinge. So you're getting the best of both worlds. It's a powerful smartphone when it's convenient, and an immersive tablet when you need one. And like every phone we make, Pixel Fold is built to last. We've extensively tested the hinge to be the most durable of any foldable. Corning Gorilla Glass Victus protects it from exterior scratches, while the IPX8 water-resistant design safeguards against the weather. And as you'd expect from a Pixel device, Pixel Fold gives you entirely new ways to take stunning photos and videos with Pixel Camera. You put the camera in tabletop mode to capture the stars. And you can get closer with the best zoom on a foldable. And use the best camera on the phone for your selfies. The unique combination of form factor, triple rear camera hardware, and personal AI with Tensor G2 make it the best foldable camera system. Now, there's so many experiences that feel even more natural with the Pixel Fold. One is the dual screen interpreter mode. Your Pixel Fold can use both displays. Both displays. To provide a live translation to you and the person you're talking to. So it's really easy to connect across languages. Empowering all of this is Google Tensor G2. Pixel Fold has all the personal AI features you'd expect from a top-of-the-line, including safety, speech, and call assist, tasking, and entertainment. And the entire foldable experience is built on Android. So let's get Dave back out here to show you the latest improvements to Android you'll get to experience on a Pixel Fold.
All right, thanks, Rick. From new form factors and customizability to biometrics and computational photography, Android has always been at the forefront of mobile industry breakthroughs. And recently, we've been working on a ton of features and improvements for large screen devices like tablets and foldables. So who thinks we should try a bunch of live demos on the new Pixel Fold? All right, let's do it. It starts the second I unfold the device with this stunning wallpaper animation. And the hinge sensor is actually driving the animation. And it's a subtle thing, but it makes the device feel so dynamic and alive. Yeah, I just love that. All right, so let's go back to the folded state. And I'm looking at Google Photos of a recent snowboarding trip. Now, the scenery is really beautiful. So I want to show you on the big screen. I just open my phone, and the video instantly expands into this gorgeous full-screen view. We call this feature continuity, and we've obsessed over every millisecond it takes for apps to seamlessly adapt from the small screen to the larger screen. Now, message my buddy about getting back out on the mountain. I can just swipe to bring up the new Android taskbar, then drag Google Messages to the side to enter split screen mode like so. And to inspire my buddy, I'm going to send them a photo, so I can just drag and drop from Google Photos right into my message like so. And thanks to the new Jetpack drag and drop library, this is now supported in a wide variety of apps, from Workspace to WhatsApp. You'll notice we've made a bunch of improvements throughout the OS to take advantage of the larger screen. So for example, here's the new split keyboard for faster typing. And if I pull down from the top, you'll notice the new 2-panel shade showing both my notifications and my quick settings at the same time. Now, Pixel Fold is great for productivity on the go. And if I swipe up into Overview, you'll notice that we now keep the multitasking windows paired. And for example, I was working on a Google Docs and slides earlier to prep for this keynote. And I think I've followed most of these tips so far, but I'm not quite done yet. I've been warned, by the way. Anyway, I can even adjust the split to suit the content that I'm viewing. And working this way, it's like having a dual monitor set up in the palm of my hand, allowing me to do two things at once. Which reminds me, I should probably send Rick a quick note. So I'll open Gmail. And I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to use the new Help Me Write feature. So let's try this out. Don't cheer yet. Let's see if it works. OK, Rick. Rick, congrats on, what are we going to call this? Pixel Fold launch. Amazing with Android. OK. And then I probably should say Dave, not Andrew, Android. Dave. It's hard to type with all you people looking at me. All right. Now, by the power of large language models, allow me to elaborate. Dear Rick, congratulations on the successful launch of Pixel Fold. I'm really impressed with the device and how well it integrates Android. The foldable screen is a game changer, and I can't wait to see what you do with it now. All right, that's productivity, but there's more. The Pixel Fold is also an awesome entertainment device, and YouTube is just a really great showcase for this. So let's start watching this video on the big screen. Now, look what happens when I fold the device at right angles. YouTube enters what we call tabletop mode, so that the video plays on an awesome single-handed lean-back experience. And the video just keeps playing fluidly through these transitions without losing a beat. OK, one last thing. We're adding support for switching displays from within an app. And Pixel Fold's camera is a really great example of that. Now, by the way, say hi to Julie behind me. She's the real star of the show. So Pixel Fold has this new button on the bottom right. So I'm going to tap this, and it means I can move the viewfinder to the outside screen. So let me turn the device around. OK, so why is this interesting? Well, it means that the viewfinder is now beside the rear camera system. And that means I can get a high-quality, ultra-wide, amazing selfie with the best camera on the device. Speaking of which, and you knew where this was going, smile, everybody. You look awesome. Woo-hoo. I always wanted to do that at Google I/O keynote. All right. All right, so what you're seeing here is the culmination of several years of work, in fact, on large screens spanning the Android OS and the most popular apps on the Play Store. All this work comes alive on the amazing new Pixel tablet and Pixel Fold.
Oh, that demo was awesome. Across Pixel and Android, we're making huge strides with large screen devices. And we can't wait to get Pixel Tablet and Pixel Fold into your hands. And you'll get the most out of our first ultra premium foldable by pairing it with Pixel Watch. So when you pre-order a Pixel Fold, you'll also get a Pixel Watch on us. The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today. From a broad selection of smartphones to watches, earbuds, and now tablets and foldables, there are more ways than ever to experience the helpfulness Pixel's known for, wherever and whenever you need it. Now let me pass it back to Sundar. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Rick. I'm really enjoying the new tablet and the first Pixel foldable phone. And I'm proud of the progress Android is driving across the ecosystem. As we wrap up, I've been reflecting on the big technology shifts that we've all been a part of. The shift with AI is as big as they come. And that's why it's so important that we make AI helpful for everyone. We are approaching it boldly with a sense of excitement. Because as we look ahead, Google's deep understanding of information, combined with the capabilities of generative AI, can transform search and all of our products yet again. And we are doing this responsibly in a way that underscores the deep commitment we feel to get it right. No one company can do this alone. Our developer community will be key to unlocking the enormous opportunities ahead. We look forward to working together and building together. So on behalf of all of us at Google, thank you and enjoy the rest of I/O.
Hi, I am Soumya Sinha. I am an international student at George Washington University, and I'm here on an F1 visa at USA. It's my first time in US, so it's really exciting to experience everything that I've heard and seen firsthand. So that's been exciting. I recently graduated with a health data science, which is actually a very unique course, in my opinion. And I started working as a data science intern at a firm called LexisNexis Risk Solutions. So this is what I'm doing right now, but I also define myself as an adventurous, as someone who goes by adrenaline. I am a huge fan of amusement parks, and the moment I learned that I'm coming to US, I was so excited that I couldn't wait to go to Orlando, where that was my dream since I was like 3 years old, to come to Orlando and experience Harry Potter and everything. So yeah, I completed that dream, and the next thing that I never imagined that I will get a chance is that I am part of a Women Techmakers and a Google Developer Student Club. These two organizations specifically have taken a huge journey to my life. They have added so much depth, knowledge, understanding, network that I couldn't have ever imagined. So I'm really glad that I'm getting a chance to speak with you about Google I/O in general, and my WTM journey, which was incredible.
I love that. Let's start with, where are you from?
Yes, so I am from a small town in India, at the state of Jharkhand. I would like to mention my city, which is probably not known to many people. It's called Madhupur, and it's a very small town. I'm a mix of different, I'm a child of a different states, mom and dad. So I've experienced a lot while I am in India, but I came here at the age of, I guess, 20, when I came at George Washington University to study for my master's straight after my bachelor's, which I have in computer science. And I wanted to come here and study a little bit more into computer science to further understand my interests in data science. And my journey took me to public health school at George Washington University, which is one of the very good schools of US. And I transitioned to a health data science program, which again opened so many doors for me, and I'm really excited.
I love that. And so, okay, now let's talk about, so we are both fellow Google Women Techmaker Ambassadors.
Yep.
And you had an opportunity, and I only didn't because I was on a family vacation visiting family out of the country, in England, which is where my family is from. So I didn't get to attend Google I/O, and I'm really excited to hear about your experience. So let's start there. You went to the event. Which event did you go to? Because I believe there's a San Francisco one, there's a Miami one.
Yes.
And just tell me where you went, and just what were your first impressions?
Okay, yes, of course. So I went to all of the Google I/O's event, fortunately. So let me take you a little bit back. In March, I think late Feb and early March, I received an email saying that you're invited to go to Google I/O. I screamed. I was so excited because I know I would get a chance to see Sundar Pichai. Oh my God, that's my dream. He has transformed Google, first of all. So I was very excited that I'm getting a chance to go to Google I/O. I heard about it. I've never been to Google I/O, so it was my first experience. And just the thought that I'll be taken there, it was fully funded and a very exuberant event. And when I got the opportunity to go, literally, I gave my exams, my final exams at my university. And the next day, I was on the flight to San Jose, California. And that was my first time in California as well. And yeah, so I went to Google I/O. I got a chance to meet so many amazing women tech makers. I went there because I was a Women Techmaker ambassador, and I experienced Sundar Pichai. I experienced different head of machine learning AI developers, and I also got a chance to meet so many other software developers from Google. It was a fantastic event. There was nothing that was not present. It was really exciting. They had food, they had transport available, they had people who were like, entertaining at the present. There was loud music. It was nothing that we think about, like, a tech conference would be like a boring, or like something which is very dry and just talk about science and electronics and engineering in general. It was like a concert for us. So Google I/O was really amazing. We sat at Shoreline Amphitheater, which is again a very incredible, very historical place. And I got the chance to see one-on-one Sundar Pichai and different other Google developers from this event. And I got to hear about their presentations, and I got to sit with different people who were from different parts of the world. And they were all there sitting and listening about what are the new AI advancements that Google is bringing. Because everyone just before Google I/O were thinking about, oh my God, what Google is going to bring to the world. Like, this is very exciting. There is so much AI advancements coming up already by different companies, what Google has to offer. And they blowed us. They've blown our socks off. And it was amazing. I love that. And with Google I/O, we got the chance to go to Google I/O Extended, which was in Miami. And that was, again, a vacation. And me and my friends who are fellow Women Tech Makers and fellow GDSCs, which is Google Developer Student Club leads, we all got a chance to go to Miami as well together. And we networked, we learned about the new AI advancements. We got into detail with the developers who actually worked on those projects. And we had a one-on-one. So it was like, there's so many things to talk about. I don't know where to start.
We captured sort of where you went, and that's amazing. You were in the Bay Area, you were in Miami, so you got the full experience. That's fantastic. Well, let's just bring it back to you a bit. So tell us about your studies and what you're interested in, because then we can relate it back to the events and some of the takeaways that meant more to you, because you and I have a shared interest in AI and machine learning. But part of that is because it's rooted in what you study, what you do professionally. And so obviously having that computer science background, you are kind of understanding everything that's going on. Having the data science, you are right on trend, because I believe strongly that everybody in our society over the last 20 years, didn't matter who you are, what you do, has become digitally literate in our use of cell phones and the web and all the internet, everything, that we're all digitally literate. And I now see that where we are and where we're going, we all, doesn't matter who you are, need to become data literate. And you and I, this is sort of our majors, our studies. You graduated. I'm still in my program, and I'm very focused on spatial data science. And I know that they have a PhD program at my school, which is the University of Southern California now, that's focused on health, spatial, and data, which is, again, I think the field that you're in, as you were saying, is unique, but it's also growing because there's a lot of people very vested, yourself included, in how do we use health data, because we want to create equity and we want to have better outcomes, and we want to just be aware of what information we're getting, and then how we can use that to make better policy decisions, better healthcare decisions. I mean, you know more about this than I, but I do know the basics of the power of data science and data analytics.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to talk about this. The reason why it excites me the most is because since I studied computer science, I gotta had like that foundation that I needed to understand data science a little bit better. And I would like to say that data is the new oil. And since I have learned about it, I cannot stop talking about this. And we are seeing it there, like with each year, it is getting bigger and bigger. And I remember that when I was in my undergraduate, there were not so many data scientists or data engineers. Or, like that was not the role. There were statisticians, there were software engineer development roles, and they were nothing like data oriented. So the reason why it excites me the most is that people are getting the glance of how much data is important. Like, for example, I talk about my own industry where I'm primarily focused as healthcare, is that social determinant of health, which is also like the health equity that everyone deserves and everyone should have, it confines by different aspects. Either it's cost of living, it's their house income, is their how many people are living under the same paycheck. There's so many things define a person's health equity or just their equity in general. So it's really, really important that we use that data very carefully. We use that data in ways that it can help us understand how can we make our lives more better. And that is deeply rooted within me, that I want to work in a way that impacts people's life almost directly, that they my work can help them understand that they are they are getting help. They are not alone. There are people who are not only using their data for the bad stuff, that people spread hate, spread fake newses and stuff like that. And I want to focus on those people who are helping their users of data. For example, with Google, their responsible AI principles really intrigued me. I really enjoyed talking about their principles, the 7 principles that they have on responsible AI. And I also were very interested about how they're using the health records of people and how they're transforming data from average people of America or average people of this world, and using their data beneficially that can help us, and not help us, and also not just take it from us. We have been seeing, there have been cases where the bigger organizations, they just try to take manipulate data in a manner that hurts not only us financially but also emotionally, because we are paying our taxes, we are paying our bills, and these health organizations, these big giants, sometimes take advantage of us. And that's where I want to get in. That's where I want to use my work, use my audience, and use my expertise to make this undo, or help out in some way or the other. So that was the major drive for me, and seeing that coming into reality while I was in Google I/O, it helped me a lot. They are also launching something in 2024 which is oriented to specifically for doctors' assistants, which AI is supposedly there to help. And I'm really excited and interested to learn about how they are going to handle that, and how people are going to feel about AI being as a virtual assistant when it comes to their doctor visits and their patients, pharmacies, prescriptions, and etc.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm kind of going, the idea that there's WebMD and now there's ChatGPT, and that people themselves can go in and ask their medical questions. I had a health incident. Both my mom and I spent, for me, it was the end of June that I was in the hospital getting surgery. For her, it was July that she was in the hospital getting surgery. And so that was my time to re-engage with the healthcare as a patient. And then also as a support, watching my mom go through it. And we had gone traveling. We were in Europe for 6 weeks and just came back, and both of us were exhausted, and we both had pre-existing conditions that just got tipped over and needed emergency care. And it's interesting being on the patient side of it, but it's also knowing that these things can help them be better. They're not there to do the job for them, but they're there to there's just so much that I use it all the time creatively and to answer
Yeah.
questions. Now, there's limitations. Like ChatGPT and Bard do not know how to do math. Basic math questions, they cannot understand. So there's limitations to what generative AI can do right now, but it's only getting better. And as people can train the models, I think it actually can add an enormous amount to the medical profession and the medical field. And when you can just go through data and see the anomalies of versus, you know, what is a normal path of what can be expected in any sort of, I guess, data set that you're looking at.
Yeah.
I guess data is being collected from, and maybe this is a good time to just define what is data, because it's big and it's broad and it's the new oil, and there's all sorts of ways that this data is being generated, and some of it's proprietary and some of it's clean and some of it's not clean, and there's, yeah, maybe we can just answer some basic questions of where's this data coming from.
So specifically talking about like what is data, and specifically about health data, is in simple terms that data is just collection of our continuous values and our continuous information that we put out. It's information such as facts, numbers, we can analyze and we can make decisions on. So similarly for health data, we have our records, our medical records, our pharmacy information, and our health policies, everything that where you situated are and what rules, policy, and regulations are like surrounded you, and how you are, like, you know, you're right now. I'm pretty sure that each in US, like all the, like, you are not from US, I'm also not from US, so I would try to take a liberty and say that I'm pretty sure that here we have the medical records already on file with your doctors and your pharmacy people, but it is not with you. It is all on cloud. That's what they say. Like, it's not with us. It doesn't. So I just feel that there is one thing that kind of makes me uncomfortable, whereas that our own personal records, our own medical records are not under our hold. So that's why it makes a little bit challenging for organizations to use that data, which is already on the network, which is personal to people, which is very information. I will kind of say, like, it is kind of like, you know, intruding to their own lives, and those kind of information all accumulates data, whether it is something that you would like or something that you won't like. So there are different sorts of data, something that you already put out your own self, such as vaccination details you uploaded, and such as your basic look and feel. Like, for example, in when you go visit a doctor, you would have to like inform them from like very slight details. Maybe it can be vague, but it can it is kind of defining you. So there are some sort of that information that you provide, and there are some sort of information that is already existed, which is kind of particularly identifiable, all accumulates as data. And these are the data that primarily organizations use to train the models, train the machines on, and that's how, like, they identify different like, you know, treatments, different ways to, like, you know, talk to people. There's also very big, with AI, there is also very big use of NLP nowadays, so they are able to talk to you in a manner that doesn't feel like, you know, intruding, that they know so much about you, whether they're coming from a place that they are trying to help you out. Even with AI advancements, if the assistance is coming out as concerning and like caring, it does feel a little bit less scary to deal with. That's what I would like to say.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing, as we're talking about, just that interaction between the machines and the technology and people, and that we, you know, that people aren't being replaced. They're just being supplemented, aided. There's just more information for them to draw from. And that people are still, I mean, I know just watching my mom in the hospital and just myself, you know, how much I appreciated the nurses' attention, the nurses' assistants' attention, just all of the support staff who keep the rooms clean and just supplied, and of course the surgeons and the doctors doing what they do. But at the same time, knowing that they have the full support of technology was wonderful. There were so many machines they used on me for the EKG and for the ultrasound and for the x-rays. And then I had a particular procedure where they didn't make any incisions in me. They just put a camera and a tool down my throat while I was under anesthesia and did what they need to do, and then came back out again. And I was like, that's amazing that you could actually do a procedure on me that didn't require any incisions and have any sort of post surgical stitching that needed to be healed. There was still recovery time that I had to go through, but it was still, I was kind of amazed at the procedure, and it just reminded me about health tech and what kind of advancements they continue to make in our healthcare. And then of course you were talking about that identifiable information versus not identifiable information. So HIPAA obviously plays a role in the just making sure that people's individual data is not made public.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot to contend with. So now that we talked about that, so the interest in the healthcare data and how now AI and machine learning can be applied to that. And maybe you can help me articulate, because I can articulate it within geospatial. So when we're taking, because my major is in human security and geospatial intelligence, and I'm building that on top of a geographic information science and technology certificate. And then before that, I was completed urban planning. So my studies are related to space and place. And so with geographic information, we're gathering images, videos through drone imagery, through satellite imagery, and we can then add the AI machine learning to categorize and to do change detection, and then predictive analysis based on past trends, sort of what we can kind of expect. So mine is definitely in a spatial context.
Yeah.
So can you relate that to what some of the AI and machine learning applications are in the healthcare field? You talked about it, assisting physician assistants.
Yeah, there are so many new AI tools, like you mentioned, when you went for a quick checkup or an analysis, it kind of felt very new and very it was kind of very interesting. For me, what I have found really interesting is that there are some places where we get AI, kind of front to front to the customer, which is the patients and within the clientele basis. But there are also uses in background with doctors and people who are understanding your diagnosis. So, for example, there are very much now accurate in cancer diagnosis. I have seen there are Path AI's usage of cancer diagnosis using AI tools has gotten really much better for pathologists. There is another one which I particularly feel that is really helpful is that treatment of rare diseases. The reason why I know it, because while I was researching at my university, my fellow researcher was focused on rare diseases, and he mentioned that there are many clinical stage that has been detectable by AI. They can map those rare diseases. Since it is so rare, the data is not that abundant, and usage of AI has helped them tremendously to understand, for example, Parkinson's disease, and they're able to understand their symptoms, and also they can also find out if people are going to suffer with it in future. So I'm pretty sure that there are going to be very much work needed to be done in that particular field, but just the idea behind that they are going to identify us in clinical stages, the biotech has gotten really, really good. That's what I think.
That's awesome. That's exciting. Okay, so now let's come back to the conference, the show, the energy, and how are some of the things that you're studying and you're working in? Did you see shared, amplified? What were some of the ways that how did being at I/O?
Yeah.
There's the energy part, there's the camaraderie part, the networking, the relationships, the whole experience. You love theme parks, so there's that feeling of just joy. And I'm sure there's a lot of light and color and sound and movement. But then also relating that back to this helps me in what I do and expanding my understanding of the work that I do and my application of it.
Yeah. So talking about Google I/O specifically, we can talk about Google I/O extended a little bit later. But with Google I/O, first of all, as I said, I come from a very small town in India. And I never imagined that I'll be sharing the space with some of the biggies in the tech and in the industry. And at the heart of world's technology, I would like to say, the tech hub at Google's Shoreline Amphitheater. So that in itself was a major thing for me. I was really excited to just get the chance to meet so many people, experience that, and over on top, learning about those AI advancements. Like, I would say this isn't just my best time at Google I/O, it was the best Google I/O, I would like to say, because there are so many things where we are right now. This big leap, the big step that Google has taken is going to help us in the long run. And the need for AI and need for the tools and the features and the products that Google is launching using their AI models and their different algorithms that they have made is so important as of now, because the world is moving fast, and for them to keep up, it was really much required at this particular stage. And we already saw that there was ChatGPT, and there was so much hubble and rubble going on about like what Google's going to bring up. And their focus is on Bard making up available to the whole public, not just on the wait list, was a big thing. People can experience Bard at first hand. They're changing their model from Path AI right now, and they're going to be using different AI models which have different characteristics. I was really excited to learn about. And they also have added so many features in their cloud, Google Cloud, and different features in their Android. I think they have added so many new advancements in their phones, their tablets, their hardwares, and these are all the things that they are bringing in this new age and in this new world where people are getting quite familiar with AI. And I was really excited to see how the bigger crowd, the people, are going to accept it and going to learn about it. I was recently in New York City, and I was able to experience their map feature, which I don't know if you have. In San Francisco, it's there. In Chicago, it's there. So I was able to experience that in New York, and it's amazing. Like, it's kind of like something I would say like virtual reality, but in our phone. So it was a bit new sort of way to see maps. And that really excited me, because there are so many ways we have been seeing stuff, and we thought that this is how it is and this is how the world goes. And now with these advancements, these changes, it's just like, it shakes us up and be like, no, we gotta think big, we gotta think more, we gotta think more outside of the box, we gotta think more in for the future. And that's something which I took from the Google I/O experience, that I like, there is no borderline, there is no like, this is it, this is what you need to do, that's the deadline, and that's it, your work is done. No, there's always process, there always progress. And that really excited me. That's where my adrenaline came in as well. And from then on forward, I've been making my all the things that I had my desires, and all of the things that I wanted for myself in the future has been shifted a little bit because of that. Yep.
That's exciting. And it is true. I mean, we are moving so quickly.
Yeah.
And there are so many opportunities. Let's start out. What is this map? I mean, I'm a map person. So what's the map feature? I've seen some of the 3D flyovers that they do on certain cities. And I've looked at certain cities with that. I was doing a report on Buffalo, and I know that they had one for Buffalo. I looked at San Diego, which is where I am now. I was, I'm not sure if I looked at the New York one, but is that the feature, or is there more to that? Because there are some really cool flyover features.
Yeah, this is, I think they call it an immersive view, and they have rolled it out for the street views, the aerial views, to make it more rich, more digital. And I think they have taken it for a few of the places. I guess it's in London, it's in New York, it's in San Francisco. And I guess it's in Tokyo as well. So there are some places that it has already rolled out, and it's going to be launching in various other places as well. And they are using this true to life scenes. Like, I can see people in that maps immersive view version as well, and they are using like neural radiances, and I'm pretty sure that they are also using 3D representations. So there's so many things that they are using in that new immersive view that it feels like a new way to experience maps. And I really enjoyed it. Like, for example, if you go on cycling, you can see the arrows right in front of you through your phone in the normal view, like in the normal place. Like, it's really exciting. You can see rain, you can see sunshine and everything. It's really exciting to see that. They're exploring AR, I would like to say.
Oh, that is very interesting. I love that. I'm going to take a closer look, because and there's so many just basic features that I discovered one yesterday. So I bought something at Thrift that I thought was cute, and I wanted to kind of get a value estimation of how much is this worth. And it occurred to me that because a lot of times I'll do social media stuff where I'll find a photo, or if I'm doing research, I'll look for a photo and I'll say, okay, what's the source, or what are similar photos to this? But I never thought like, oh, I can take a picture of something I own, and then it will reverse search it for me. And then I could sort of see the exact same thing. And I didn't know that that was a feature, and that there are so many little details that can add to the ease and convenience of our everyday lives. I mean, the Google galaxy or universe or just world is massive. And there's constant, like, I just bought a new TV, and I was at Best Buy, and Google TV. I was like, of course there's Google TV. How's there not? But I don't think much about what does Google TV do and what does it offer. And I'm now looking at Google Earth Engine and big data GIS and things like that are in the Google sphere, as I looked for sort of what are the geospatial tools that I can become better acquainted with. And then, of course, the AI and machine learning has definitely caught my attention. And it's an exciting time. But there's also things, as you talked about before, which deal with the ethics of it, the governance of it, the policy making around it. And so we still need leaders in this space who understand it and can see its benefits, but I can also see its risks and how to avert them, and be able to use this technology for good, and to not overlook that it can be used for bad. And how do we protect against that? And so I did notice some of the sessions also addressed ethics issues.
Yeah, definitely. I did meet so many people. Like, I did meet Dr. Camille. She's also a WTM, and she works in ethics, and she's a PhD as well. And she was talking about a lot of how Google has used those features, that advancement, and what are they doing for responsible AI. And she really engraved this on me, that I wanted to know about, like, how they are also using these features, and are they keeping in mind about their privilege. Like, this is a big thing that they're launching in hands of people. So there should be some governments, some policies in place. Like, for example, if you mentioned about Google Lenses, where you can search and you can find stuff pretty easily. As a student, I have experienced this quite a bit, that there are people, as I was a GTA, which is called a graduate teaching assistant at my university. And I've faced that in my time while I was helping out as my professor in grading, that using lenses, that's pretty easy for students to cheat. They can just use Google Lens, copy the questions. They don't even have to write it on Google search. They can just copy that question and then paste it in the web, and they can surely find places where it can pop up. So when it comes to open book, now it's quite difficult to define what's an open book and what's not. Like, the professors used to be very calm about their their paper and their exams, but now with the advancements of AI, I'm pretty sure there needs to be certain governments and certain policies in place in universities and different areas to help mitigate that.
I'm in a class this summer where our professor said she was doing an experiment. And so she asked us to be as transparent as possible about our use of generative AI. So whatever we were using, for me, I kind of go back and forth between ChatGPT and Bard, and just to cite it or share it in whatever ways, be completely transparent. She said, you're free to use it. I just want to know how you're using it. And so I can learn from this, so then I can create policies that support. But she did ask for our final exam that I have coming up. She said, please don't use, it's honor system. I'm asking you not to use it because I do know that it's an SQL class and we construct queries. And if I get stuck on a query, I know that ChatGPT has that answer for me. But I do think actually this is an opportunity for me to test my own learning. What were my actual takeaways? And I'm feeling that I'm confident enough in the type of queries that we've put together that I should be able to do them off the top of my head. And if I can't, I should take the point deduction that will come with not knowing it. So but I can see that in education in general, these are problems, and yet I don't think banning it outright is the answer. There's a terrific book that I recommend for everybody is Weapons of Math Destructions, MATH, Math Destruction, by Kathy O'Neill. And she was working in fintech and as a financial analyst. And she sort of saw the ills of the industry and was like, whoa, I got into this because I wanted to do good. And I'm watching them do mass destruction through math. And I don't want to stand by and not say something. And I think that that's really important for everybody because AI and machine learning are going to continue to touch every aspect of our lives, that we all are confident in speaking up when we see that it has bias, that it's not supporting equity, that it's in some ways enhancing a digital divide, that it is not working, and that they're not all in proprietary black boxes, that there's nobody to complain to. That we also, I think as a society, we really need to be aware and be comfortable speaking up when it's not working.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I really appreciate that Google has been very transparent about their AI principles, and they talk about their objectives very clearly. And as I mentioned, there are 7 responsibilities that they have put out, and I would be looking out of how they stand by that in future as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important. So back to the event. You met some people, you networked, you get to talk to people in ethics. Were there other people around health sciences that you talked to?
Yeah, I think I definitely met people who are not from Google, though, that are in the healthcare department of different industries. So Google also have a health department, and there is something in Amazon as well. There's something in Microsoft as well. I definitely met so many people who were from the same background. For example, in my company, I am from a primarily insurance-based company, but they also have a healthcare background, which they use their analytics and their their models to prepare a better and robust product. So I definitely had a chance to talk about this with other industry professionals at the Google I/O. And I also, like, since I was a student back then when I visited, I also got a chance to talk to so many students who are interested in health AI and healthcare analytics, and to learn about how we can use AI in health and in healthcare, and in order to not only just provide direct care, but also help these organizations take better responsibility, take better care of the patients and the customers that they are, the providers that they are using. So definitely there is a booming necessity of having good in place in the specific industry.
Absolutely. And then you also, I imagine, connected with fellow WTM ambassadors.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad. I myself has been been a WTM since the last November, and since then I have been talking to some of my Google Developer Student Club leads who are happen to be female and non-binary. I talked to them about like how WTM has opened doors and changed so much for me, and I'm so happy to say that there are so many of my friends who recently got accepted as a WTM. They applied and they got in, and I'm really excited about having a more bigger community within ourselves, and create more good and to do more good and to have advance our knowledges and to see and to be there. Like, just I don't want to do too much, in the sense that every woman should be doing this much to just exist in tech. I just want to do what I do in general and help them feel that they are also included. They don't have to be a unicorn to get into tech. They can just be themselves, and they can just do what they do and flourish. There's space for everyone.
I love that. And I agree with that. I think for me, it was a big deal to transition into this Masters of Science program, because I've done this major midlife reset, and I started with a Master's of Arts in Urban Planning, and then I just fell in love with the GIS, data science, data visualization, and I did digital twins in cities, and I just was like, ooh, that's what I want to learn. And then I needed to start on this new course of study, which includes technology. It includes a Master's of Science, and it's the first time I've identified myself as a woman in tech, a woman in STEM, and feel this sense of inclusion with that, because I'd had such a long art career. And I say art meaning coming out of a Bachelor of Arts and just working in creative fields, where I don't know if it was part just identifying as creative or as a woman. I always got roles that were clear to me, like, oh, you're not one of us. You're not the person who has the engineering degree or the science degree, or you're not the lawyer or the doctor. There was always a very exclusionary, that science to me felt like a club that I was not both invited to, and I certainly didn't belong in. And now that I'm in it, I am grateful to be, and I'm owning that identity, and I'm owning it in a way of saying, I want to be inclusive of others and invite them in, and also apply my arts. To me, content creation is art. And I think there's still a lot of creativity in tech, and there's still a lot of our creative minds that we use when we're problem solving.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's a lot of problem solving that is involved in tech. I've just even in my short run at learning all of the content production and video editing, I constantly run into tech challenges, and you either learn through them or you work around them. And that's just part of the process.
Yeah.
And data cleaning and data mining and data, all things about data is, a lot of the data sources. I don't think people who are in it every day understand how messy these things are, or how they don't come with the appropriate metadata, and how much digging and researching and cleaning and organizing and vetting this data to make sure that it's going to do what you want it to do has to kind of go into place before you get those really pretty outcomes.
Yeah, I totally agree. There, and talking about your, like, the thing that you felt about being it very exclusive, I do recognize that, because there is kind of something that we felt while I was in my undergrad university. There was a tech club at my university, which was kind of very much male oriented, and there was only visibility within certain gender group, and I found that it was very hard to get in. We can find one or two similar females at that tech club, and it was really much even being a computer science grad, I kind of felt that exclusivity. But I would like to say that within this given age and this day, we cannot afford to be that exclusive. Everyone who has a phone on their hand, everyone who has a business, they have to be uh, they have to have tech in their life. They have to have that urge to understand data. They have to be data literate, like you said. And being that exclusive only drains us in the whole collectivity. And since coming from that, I have tried to make sure that even when I was in my when I was a lead at Google Developer Student Club at my university, I made sure that everyone from different background, whether they are from tech, whether they are from directly in data, or they're a master's grad, or they're a bachelor's or science grad, they should be here, because this is not just for the tech people. The business, marketing, arts, and there are people from international affairs at my club. And I made sure that it is a cohort of different sorts of people, because different minds coming in from different backgrounds can only help to make that project or to make that group successful. So I really felt that, and I'm so sorry to hear that you felt that exclusivity between those certain people. But I'm pretty sure that they are also getting the vision of how data and how tech needs to be inclusive rather than exclusive.
Yeah, and I think also understanding, and it's a two-part thing. One, I think, is uniquely American. No, not uniquely, but I think it speaks to my experience in America with the American education system for children, is that a lot of people are taught poorly, and then they grow up with the idea that I'm not good at math, I'm not good at science. And it's like, no, you're fine, or I'm not smart enough. And then I'm like, you're fine, you just weren't taught well, and that this is learnable, and that you don't always have to go back to school and get this in a university environment, that there are so many books, resources, classes, courses, certificate programs that can get you up to speed and get you what you need, that if you just have a curiosity and interest and can get over the trauma of bad education, this stuff is very learnable. And so I think a lot of it was understanding that they were correct in saying, well, you don't know what we know. But they also, given my own interest and curiosity, to say this stuff is learnable and it's accessible, and to say that they can own we're scientists and we work in science, or but they can't keep the knowledge exclusive, that there's a lot of information out there that can be found and that can be learned outside of just going back for some people, it's completing or even starting an undergrad or going on for a master's education. So that's one part of it, is the educational, like I said, I just think a lot of people I've met in the American system, when I talk to people who are from India, from Pakistan, from other parts of the world, especially from China, my program is almost exclusively international Chinese students. It's because they're so well prepared for it. They're so well schooled in the sciences and the maths in ways that I think a lot of American students just aren't prepared for. And it's not that they weren't, we get a complex about it, saying, oh, I'm not smart enough, I'm not good enough, so I'm not even going to bother to try. And I think a lot of us need to get over that. That's one of the aspects of it. I had two thoughts there. The second one sort of disappeared. I'll come back to it. But yeah, so that was just one of the ones, was that the American education system doesn't has that flaw. And then I would say also, like, I know the government of the US right now is trying to create programs to say, you belong in STEM, come into the STEM subjects. We need you as a future workforce. We need you to understand maths and sciences and not be afraid of them. And the US is not keeping up, and our future, we're not in any way competitive with India and China when it comes to maths and sciences, because in your education system, it's so, I don't say it's well taught, but it's certainly well received.
Yeah.
I perceive.
Yeah, definitely. There have been, like, times that we have seen how math in general, like, the early stages where we learn about just the fundamentals of math. And while I grow into more of calculus and discrete mathematics and linear algebra and the more complex mathematical problems, we kind of see, like, people taking taking great pride in saying that, oh, this is nerdy or this is geeky. Like, they take pride in not being associated with maths or with STEM in general. So I think it's kind of a basic norm here. And in India, while I was back there, being a geek, I'm putting up my quotes. I don't know you can see it, but I'm putting up the geek word, which doesn't really exist in India. Like, everyone who just wants to understand maths in general or STEM in general is very much better perceived. So they don't take, like, they're not picked on upon. And while I have seen my friends who are either, like, born here, or they are American in general, not Indian American or just American, they have seen that they're within their own community, they have been picked on just by having interest in math or in STEM. So I don't know, there is some stigma which needs to be reset.
That's a really good point, because I took it more for just how it's taught or received, but I think that the peer pressure, your peers aren't that motivated or inspired to see you learn it. And that is very true. And again, I think it's a problem for us as a country that we have to address. And that's but this is why I think things like Google I/O Extended, bringing these concepts to the public, bringing them to people to say, don't be afraid of this. It's exciting. And I feel like I often hear a lot of people will say with math, well, how is it applicable? I don't know where I would use this in life and what kind of jobs you could get with it. And I think that this is a great example of people who love their work, feel like their work has great purpose, and are part of a culture that they love and a community that they love. And there's ample opportunity. And of course, as Women Techmaker Ambassadors, we're here to further that opportunity and further the invitation to come in and be part of it. Now, that's not to say that you have to, and that's where I had started earlier to say that the people in the science world, they clearly had the credentials and they had that understanding, and it was, the task was on me to get up to speed and to actually learn the science and learn the math. And that's the journey that I've been on now. And I'm excited about it. I love it. And there's a lot of stuff I'm learning outside of school. For example, I know calculus and statistics are foundational, and they were never part of my math education. So I'm a happy Khan Academy student, kind of learning those things over there and in other books and articles and YouTube videos I watch and other ways in which I'm getting up to speed on the advanced math that I know that I need, that's not a part of my academic program.
Yeah, I definitely agree. With being a women tech maker, I literally got a chance to see it firsthand, like how Google is helping and pushing the younger audiences. Now, saying that where am I going to be using this in future is like, I apologize my word, but it's bullshit. Like, you cannot say that in this day and age. You can just Google it and find out where it is going to be used in future. So I would like to tell those people to come in and stats, come in, learn machine learning. You would literally find that you did in your early foundational school classes. It is helping us here in early statistical modeling and like working with machine learning, working with building NLP and different packages within Python and different programming languages as well. So there's definitely use
there's
whatever we study.
Yeah. And I think that just making sure that our kids are seeing that and getting excited about it. And I think that as this, what they're now calling the fourth industrial revolution, as this is coming, I think more people are seeing that this is an exciting place to be, and that the key to unlock this door is math and science.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
Okay, so Google I/O. My takeaway is this was exciting. This was an amazing experience. This was an amazing experience for anybody who was there, but let alone a woman who was a girl from a small town in India.
Yeah. It was an amazing venture for me. It was as exciting as I walk down and see a celebrity whom I have seen since day one, when I was learning about what is Bollywood, what is what is acting, and what I like in general. Like, these people who I saw there, who are doing what they are doing, just inspired me so much in order to tap into my dream, to learn about and to go there and to do it.
And so now you go from the sunshine of California to the sunshine of Miami with Google I/O Extended, and that event, and so the party continued.
Yes, definitely. The party definitely continued. So that one day event for the Google I/O Extended was, as much as I want to say a learning and very good experience, it was also a vacation. They definitely took the Miami place and the people around and checked all the boxes that was necessary. Living at, and like, that was a place where I got to learn about all of the things that they were talking in Google I/O with a nitty gritty, a bit detail. So I got a chance to experience web, AI, cloud, Android, and all of their different features and their products all at once. So I was mostly interested in AI, but I also went around and saw some of the booths that they had. It was kind of like each sections had a booth where they were the program managers or the product team who developed that particular feature, and they were talking and they were demoing that particular thing. So for example, I went into Vertex AI booth, and they talked about how they have launched generative AI in Google Cloud and how easy it is to make a project that can take days to first learn, to understand, and then code, and then to debug everything. So they have changed it massively. And in there were also one-on-one mentoring sessions, workshop sessions, and a whole conference where they were talking about what are the things they utilized and how have been they working. It's something not they have started just after ChatGPT was launched. It was a work which took a lot of time, and they only wanted to launch it once they were happy with the product, and they doesn't wanted to launch it just because something else in the market is already there. So not to fight the business, but they also wanted to do good, which I really liked about that they mentioned it is nothing that they rushed into. And I really liked the AI advancements in specifically generating different algorithms. Some algorithms are fast, can be used for large scale companies, large scale organizations. There are also algorithms that they have used which are very lightweight. So smaller organizations, and those doesn't have big funding to substantiate, they are using those kind of algorithms to get benefit from the same model, from the same like Google certified product. So there were so many things that they talked about. I got a chance to sit at a round table where they were talking in a bit detail about how they are using their these tools, and what are the use cases, and how are they advancing in not only just introducing products, but they are building on those products with added features and added new products in within that bigger uh, product line they have for AI or cloud, for example. So it was a very big informative session, and we also had the best time in the happy hour, which I would like to mention because it's the amazing time at Google. Like, I don't know if there is going to be anything better than that. The Googlers and the people who were invited, everyone danced their heart out, and it was amazing. It was the total Miami vibe check.
That sounds so fun, and I am so looking forward to attending when I can, because I couldn't make it this year, but as a Google Women Techmakers Ambassador, I know that we get these opportunities and they're special, and
Yeah.
they are, it's so wonderful that you were able to go to not one but two of these events, and to participate and meet all these people and just be inspired and be included and feel that you belong, and use that to raise your hand to say, hey, I'm going to let others know that they can be invited to belong as well.
Yeah,
And that
definitely.
these resources and learnings are available, and that and the reality is this wave is coming at all of us. So we all need to sort of get to be more aware of these deployments, and some of it's just to add our own ease and convenience to our lives with these new technology softwares and hardware. Obviously, the whole suite of Android products that Google's rolling out, and then all the things that are available to us on cloud and in Google Workspace, and just the simple search now that there's a generate feature, and you can sample kind of what AI pulls up for you on a given search versus just what the existing other websites are that are, or articles that are related to it. And I'm playing with lenses, and there's so many things that Google is into. I wrote a play with Bard, and it was based on historical. So it was interesting kind of coaching it to what it knew and what it didn't know. It would get its people and its dates confused, but if you coached it along, it would figure it out. And I kind of knew what I wanted to say, and based on a lot of the research I had done. So it was really fun getting to play with Bard in this just creative way to say, let's write a musical together. And we did. It doesn't have songs, it doesn't have the music attached to it, but it has all the lyrics.
Yeah, definitely. I
And
definitely think that it was very adaptive when I used Google Bard for the first time.
it doesn't know math.
Yeah.
It can write a SQL statement.
Yeah.
It's got coding, but if you ask it some very basic math questions, it has a love for math that many elementary students in America do, which is to say not much. So I think the lesson is that American students and Bard have a long way to go with math, but they'll get there. And no, I'm excited. This is great. So is there any other takeaways that you'd share with fellow Techmaker ambassadors who perhaps weren't there, and also to share with the general public, especially women, about whether it's a Google I/O event? I don't know how open these are to sort of the general public, but just the joys of attending these events and the amount of insights and that feeling of inspiration that can be gained.
Yeah, I definitely would like to mention some of my thoughts. First of all, with Google I/O, it's actually I think everyone can apply for it. With Google I/O specifically, you need to have an invite only. So I understand why people would feel like, how to get into these conferences. But with Google I/O Extended, everyone can take part in it. They just need to register. So I'm pretty sure this information is not much known. I was able to get my core team, which is the my GDSC lead core team. I was able to ask them to register, and they came with me at the Google I/O Extended as well. So there's definitely open to not just the Women Techmakers and the Google groups. It is also open to different like people as well. And for the women in general, I would like to say, like, it is like we do a lot. There is so much jumbling, there's so much work that we do that it kind of feels exhausting at some time. But what I would like to say is that tap into what feels good to you. If you feel that, like, as I said, the experience at a conference and this tech tech conferences and talks and workshops excites me the most, if it resonates with you as well, I would like to say that go forward, make connections. There is always people who would want to, like, learn about you, know about what you're doing. And there is commonality within us, whether we think it is there or not, but there is always commonality. People thrive with people. So I would like to say there is always a possibility. So do not ever think that you are alone. And I would also like to mention, when you make those network, be honest, be yourself, be kind of what you are. So when you meet and make connections, they open up to several other connections. Since I've been a part of WTM, I got to know there are so many women who are helping us out to do what they are doing, to get into the places where I never imagined I'm going to be. And it all falls into place. So you just need to put your leg up and go forward.
Hi there. Thanks for joining us today. Since the last time we met, we've continued to work with and for developers and partners to build more powerful devices, more engaging apps, and more immersive experiences for people at work, home, and at school. I'm Jezza, and I'm a product manager on the Chrome OS team. We're inspired by how people from all over the world get things done by turning to Chrome OS, no matter what their interests or budgets may be. A big part of their experience are the apps and games that developers like you bring to life on a Chromebook. Today, we'll recap some highlights from the past year, including new hardware and intuitive development tools that help you build for the global Chrome OS community. We've got a lot to share, so let's get started. First up, devices. Chrome OS comes in all shapes and sizes. Whether you use Chrome OS for work, school, or play, we know that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. That's why we've continued to launch a variety of powerful computers with our hardware partners. If you're always on the go, you're probably looking for a laptop that's light and easy to carry around. A versatile 2-in-1 laptop computer that can be used in tablet and clamshell forms could work for you. If you love watching movies or playing games, you might want a laptop with a high-resolution screen or a desktop option for a lot of processing power. And no matter where in the world you're watching from today, whether you're in Norway at an L-Shop store, in Japan at a big camera store, in Mexico at a Liverpool store, or in the US at Best Buy and Walmart stores, there's a good chance you can see these options for yourself at a store near you, thanks to our 77 global retail partners. Let's take a closer look at a few of these devices. Many of you already know and love the HP Elite Dragonfly Chromebook. We're expanding the Dragonfly lineup with the HP Dragonfly Pro Chromebook. Both Dragonfly devices offer premium specs and a ton of processing power for all-day multitaskers like teachers and freelancers, serious productivity apps that students and business owners need, and dev teams building immersive gaming worlds. The Framework Laptop Chromebook Edition is another powerful option that's great for developers and multitaskers alike. People love this customizable laptop that's built with sustainability in mind and made of 50% post-consumer recycled aluminum. Chrome OS comes in desktop PC form factors too. Those are called Chromeboxes. Two of our latest desktop PCs are the Acer Chromebox Enterprise CX15 and Asus Chromebox 5, both running on Intel 12th Gen processors. And the Asus Chromebox 5 even has handy wireless charging capabilities, so you can easily sit your phone on top and charge your phone as you work. And for people looking for bright displays and long battery life, we've got budget-friendly options like the Lenovo 100E Chromebook Gen 4 and Acer Chromebook Vero 712. And then to help us take the Chromebook gaming experience to the next level, we got to work with our hardware partners, Acer, Asus, and Lenovo, to offer powerful cloud gaming laptops that don't break the bank. Together, we launched the world's first laptops built for cloud gaming. The Acer Chromebook 516GE, Asus Chromebook Vibe CX55 Flip, and the Lenovo IdeaPad Gaming Chromebook. 1600 pixel, 120 Hz environments with high performance processors ready to stream top PC and console games. Speaking of games, titles on Xbox Cloud Games, NVIDIA GeForce Now, Boosteroid, and Amazon Luna are all available on Chromebooks. The NVIDIA GeForce Now app even comes pre-installed on gaming Chromebooks, making it simpler for anyone to discover and play games. We've also partnered with Valve to bring Steam to Chrome OS. Play your Steam games library locally with support for graphic libraries such as DirectX 12 and Vulkan 1.3. For optimum gameplay, we recommend using a powerful device that has the specs listed on the screen. You can try it out today. Check out g.co Steam on Chrome OS for instructions on how to switch to the beta channel and enable Steam. Here at Chrome OS, we're constantly adding new features to help you get things done. For example, virtual desks save open windows and tabs until you're ready to use them again. Get to work on your documents and meetings in the morning, and at the end of the day, put away all of your work tasks on one desk, and then open a fresh one for your side projects and hobbies at night. Users can also open key media file formats, including PDFs, right in the default Chromebook Gallery app. You can conveniently sign forms and quickly edit images without any fuss. We also work with our accessory partners on the Works with Chromebook Peripherals program. From mice, keyboards, external displays, storage, drawing tablets, and gaming controllers, we want to make sure that your peripherals operate seamlessly with Chromebooks. You might already know that Chrome OS updates every 4 weeks, but did you know that certified peripherals also update firmware with Chrome OS releases too? No muss, no fuss. Got an Android phone? You can securely connect your Android phone to your Chromebook and then control your phone remotely from your laptop. Imagine your head's down writing when suddenly your phone rings across the room. You can quickly silence it with Phone Hub, which is easily accessible from the launcher, and then get back to focus mode. Then if Wi-Fi is ever out of reach, you can quickly join your mobile hotspot with instant tethering. So you can keep powering on and checking those tasks off the to-do list. We want Chrome OS to be there for everyone, everywhere, and that includes school and work. So we've been collaborating with developers and industry partners to make tech more accessible, powerful, and intuitive across classrooms and boardrooms. Let's start in the classroom. Teachers and students continue to embrace online tools every day. So we've been launching more handy apps and features to better empower classrooms. Take the Screencast app, for example. Screencast makes it easy to record, view, and share transcribed videos and presentations like group brainstorms, lectures, or daily lessons. These kind of solutions help educators and students make the most of their Chromebooks, which many schools use all around the world. It's not just in the US. 170 million people around the world use Google Workspace for education, and more than 50 million students are on school-managed Chromebooks. According to FutureSource, Chromebooks were the #1 selling device for schools in 2022 across the US, Sweden, New Zealand, Japan, Brazil, Indonesia, and Singapore. If you're thinking about building learning solutions or classroom tools, one thing to keep in mind is that school administrators manage Chromebooks through the Google Admin Console. That means teachers and admins decide which apps students can access. So it's important to create an engaging app that prioritizes accessibility, privacy, and security for students. Want to learn more about Chromebooks and education tech? Head over to Helen and James's talk. We've been busy on the small business and large enterprise front too. We saw more than 22% growth in active Chrome OS devices year over year, and 13,000 businesses rely on Chrome OS every day to make the most of their investments. In a recent study, IDC found businesses can reduce 3-year cost of operations by 44%, and drive an average ROI of 245% over 3 years by deploying Chrome OS. To help more businesses invest in resilience and growth, we've been improving enterprise solutions across a variety of use cases. One of the ways Chrome OS helps businesses hit the ground running is through Chrome Enterprise Recommended. It's a program that helps enterprises find industry solutions validated for Chrome OS across a variety of tracks, including security and trust, contact centers, virtualization, and more. And in February, we announced a new solution track with leading partners such as Imprivata OneSign, Practice Fusion, and Athena Health that will help clinicians deliver better care. Let's take a look at another solution track: kiosks and digital signage. Businesses, big and small, can use a Chrome OS solution to set up everything from menu boards at local eateries to check-in kiosks at hospitals, and then manage it seamlessly in the Google Admin Console. Take Hotworks and Buffalo Wild Wings, for instance. With Chrome OS devices and Araya's digital signage suite, Hotworks delivers digital workouts in its 24-hour fitness studios. And Buffalo Wild Wings uses over 2,300 Chromeboxes and Upshow's software to manage digital signage across its US locations and deliver interactive experiences like trivia and promotions. We expanded Chrome OS Flex last year, and we've seen 46% growth in activations year over year as more businesses look for ways to stretch their budgets with existing hardware. Do you have an old PC or Mac and want to make it run faster? Update it with Chrome OS Flex. All you need to deploy Chrome OS Flex is a USB drive. You can find the 3-step installation process at chromeenterprise.google. This secure and speedy deployment helps businesses, especially those who need to pivot quickly. For instance, Nordic Hotels overcame a ransomware attack in just 2 days by deploying Chrome OS Flex to over 2,000 existing computers across 200 hotels in 5 different countries. Mercado Libre, a Latin American e-commerce chain, also used Chrome OS Flex to update old PCs across its contact centers across 18 countries. And the result? It boosted contact center productivity by 15% and saved 150 hours of device boot up time per contact center shift. There's a lot of opportunity for devs to connect with businesses by building for Chrome OS. Join Joyce and Raluca at the Chrome OS Enterprise Dev Talks to hear more about contact center and kiosk apps. The apps and games you create are essential to how Chromebooks help people in their everyday lives. Your apps help people get stuff done, whether they're making a grocery list on Evernote, designing a social post using Canva, or editing photos in Pixlr. Whether you're building a web app or an Android app, we want to make it simple for users to discover and download your creations. Chromebook users can find and download your apps and games with a deeply integrated Google search experience, the pre-installed Google Play Store, and a built-in Chromebook Explorer app. So whether you're building apps, on the web or on Android, you'll be able to share the work you've already invested in with millions of Chrome OS users around the world. Let's dive into these Chromebook app platforms and how app developers can offer great Chromebook user experiences. Web devs, you're up first. You could offer a more engaging experience on Chrome OS by making your web apps installable and enhancing them with modern web capabilities such as offline mode. Installed web apps are convenient and functional for Chromebook users. Let's say you've built a multimedia or productivity app. Your Chromebook users could choose to open MP4, GIF, or PDF files in your app by default if it's already installed on their device. People can also pin installed Chromebook apps to their desktop shelf, run them on separate windows and desks, and access them quickly from the launcher. All of that makes it easy for people to use your app time and time again. So what does it take to make a web app installable? Well, details at web.dev/install criteria. Making your web app installable is a clear step to take if you want to improve your Chrome OS user experience. It can also take your business results to the next level, like it did for Codecademy and AMP Studio. Codecademy's installable web app users were 2 times more active and completed 2 times the amount of learning content compared to regular site visitors. And when AMP Studio published its web app in the Google Play Store, it experienced a 20% growth in registrations and a 100% increase in premium membership sales. Devs around the world are constantly pushing the boundaries of the web's power and potential. For more inspiration and examples on how web developers use web capabilities to enhance their apps, including offline, check out the Project Fugu API Showcase. Exploring other devs' work never fails to inspire us, and we know many of you feel the same way. If you're inspired by the showcase and want to learn how to build and extend your own web apps, join us at these web dev talks from Google I/O 2023. Next up, Android. Did you know Chrome OS can run the same Android apps that run on phones? That's right. Android apps are downloadable and installable from Google Play by default for all unmanaged consumer devices. You can enhance your app experience on Chromebooks and on Android tablets and foldables by following the large screen compatibility checklist. The checklist has guidance for drag and drop motions, input support, and more across 3 tiers, starting from Tier 3, the most basic, all the way up to Tier 1, the best. For details, check out developer.android.com. Once your Android app meets the Tier 2 criteria for being large screen optimized, it'll be able to take full advantage of the full Chromebook screen and will no longer be limited to a small phone or tablet-sized window. Over to DevTools. Android Studio has a number of updates that help you build, test, and deploy apps and games on Chromebooks. For instance, lint rules in Android Studio automatically check your code for errors that impact large screen readiness. And if you don't have a physical Chromebook nearby, you can now test large screen capabilities like app resizing with the desktop Android virtual device. To top everything off, the Play Console pre-launch report now includes desktop device results. All of these updates make it easier for you to identify and fix any issues before they impact desktop users, so you can launch your app updates with confidence. Android dev teams from Google Photos, LumaFusion, and Explore on larger screens. The Google Photos team built a movie editor for Chromebooks as a large screen compatible Android app. Chromebook users can now use Google Photos to create high-quality movies with photos, clips, filters, and more. To serve creatives eager for even more video editing features, the LumaFusion team rebuilt its multi-track video editing app for Chrome OS and Android. Google's open source, you roll out a new large screen optimized Android app in just 3 months. Creativity can also shine during gameplay. Minecraft Education Edition has been helping thousands of classrooms around the globe spark learning and creativity. And in March, mining and crafting got even better on Chromebooks with the early access launch of Minecraft Bedrock Edition on select Chromebook devices. The Minecraft team optimized performance across features such as cross-device play with friends, access to Minecraft Marketplace, and the ability to play on Realms. They're also getting ready to make Bedrock available to even more people, so stay tuned for the full release. With 52% of gamers playing on larger screens last year in the US alone, many gaming developers are looking for ways to take their experiences beyond mobile. Game engines like Unity and Coco's Creator support large screen Android app optimizations. And now that Google Play Games is available in beta, you can take your mobile game to an even wider audience on desktop PCs. When you optimize for Google Play Games, your Android game will be ready for Windows devices, Chromebooks, tablets, and foldables. Already large screen ready? Publish to the universal release track in the Google Play Developer Console, and you're ready to go. Not yet ready for the large screen? We know that many games in Google Play are designed only for touchscreens, and we understand it might take some time to get your mobile game ready. That's why we rolled out game controls for Android games on Chromebooks, which translates key presses into simulated touch events. This makes made-for-touch game experiences much more playable on a desktop, while you continue to add that support within your game. For more on games, building them, optimizing them, and making them a better fit for Chrome OS, check out the gaming talks at google.io. We can't wait to play all the new games you'll build this year. Another tool you can use to build apps and games is the Linux development environment. You can use Linux command line tools and download your favorite Linux apps for development right on your Chromebook. To enable Linux and the default terminal app, just go to Settings, find the Advanced menu, and then click on Developers. From there, you can download and install your go-to dev tools, such as Android Studio. And you'll be all set to experiment in a Linux virtual machine with all the security and convenience that Chrome OS brings. For the best experience, we recommend using a Chrome OS device with the minimum specs listed on the screen. When your apps and games are ready to launch, we make it easy for users to discover, download, and dive into them. They can find them through Google Search, the Google Play Store, and the Chromebook Explorer. Let's take a closer look at each one, starting with Google Search. From the Chrome OS launcher to the Chrome browser, Google Search is deeply integrated into Chromebooks. And it's often the first stop people make when they're looking to get something done. To help Chromebook users through your download page, where you might have many options, let them know which app is ideal for their desktop experience. Next, the Google Play Store. You can distribute and monetize both web and Android apps on the Google Play Store, which is pre-installed and enabled by default on Chromebooks. If you haven't already, consider updating your Play Store listing with screenshots of your large screen desktop app experience. And finally, let's take a look at the Chromebook Explorer. We curate recommendations for Explore so that Chrome OS users can find the best apps and games for their devices. We're always looking for the latest and greatest Chromebook apps that help users get things done and are optimized for Chrome OS. So keep building those stellar user experiences, then let us know so you can find your app on Explore. One of our favorite parts of Google I/O is getting the chance to connect with you, our global Chrome OS developer community. So we wanted to find more ways of working together all year round. We'd love to collaborate with devs to optimize your Chromebook apps and plan out your app promotions. Reach out and let us know by filling out the developer interest form on chromeos.dev. And while you're on the site, check out our resources and sign up for our newsletter to get the latest updates on Chrome OS. Thanks again for joining us at Google I/O 2023. See you again soon.
Users can access their favorite apps just by logging into a Chrome OS device. However, there's also another way to use Chrome OS to deliver your apps and services to users: kiosk mode. Kiosk mode on Chrome OS allows apps to run full screen in a lockdown environment and without a user login. They can be deployed in schools for a secure and safe standardized testing environment. They can also serve as digital signage to display information or as customer-facing kiosks that provide self-service utilities in businesses. Chrome OS allows you, the developer, to focus on releasing great features for your application and leave app deployment and device management to Google's tooling. I'll hand it back to Mike to share how you can get started.
To set up and manage a kiosk device, you'll need three things: a compatible device, a management license, and a kiosk app. When it comes to hardware, Chrome OS offers a number of OEM choices, or the option to convert devices through Chrome OS Flex. Chrome OS OEM partners include HP, Acer, and Lenovo, and many others that produce Chromebooks, our laptops, and Chromeboxes, our desktops. They come in a variety of form factors and hardware configurations that can be for almost any use case. They're built with 46% less energy consumption than comparable competitor devices, which is great for always-on devices like kiosks or digital signage. If you have a niche use case requiring specialized hardware or would like to extend the life of existing hardware, you can take advantage of Chrome OS with Chrome OS Flex. Chrome OS Flex is a cloud-first, fast, easy to manage, and secure operating system for PCs and Macs that comes with the same OS architecture, approach to management, UI UX, and security controls as Chrome OS. Flex was also designed to be sustainable, reducing electricity consumption and associated emissions by an average of 19%. Flex can be installed on x86-based devices, and to ensure a consistent and high-quality experience, Google individually certifies and maintains a list of models that you can use with Chrome OS Flex. As of today, there are over 400 devices that have been certified. To try Flex out, you only need three things: an 8 gig or larger thumb drive, a going out Chrome OS. You can install Flex today. Just as important as the right hardware devices is a way to easily and efficiently manage them. Kiosk apps can only be deployed to manage devices, so you'll need a Chrome Enterprise, Chrome Education, or Kiosk and Signage license. Once a device is enrolled and licensed in the admin console, you'll be able to configure policies for the fleet, lock them into kiosk mode, and get information and management controls via the Google Admin Console. The Google Admin Console is your one-stop shop for managing Chrome OS devices. You can manage users if you've just hired new employees or started the school year, monitor device stats for fleet management workflows, and configure apps and extensions installed on your devices. Let's take a closer look at some of the information and tools available in the Admin Console. We'll start with the Device Details page. On the left hand, we have a set of commands we're able to perform on our enterprise managed devices. With managed Chrome OS devices, no middleware or additional software is needed to perform these commands. They are sent directly to the device and performed by the OS. The ability to perform remote commands such as screenshot, remote desktop access, and reboots are critical for kiosks which are often remotely installed and unattended. In the hardware and OS section, we can see device specs alongside platform and OS level information. Note the OS version policy compliance field. Administrators have complete control over device policies and settings, which the OS management components ensure are enforced.
Hi everybody, I am Priyal Jan. Firstly, I would like to thank you to Philippia who are organizing this Google I/O Extended Audio Summit. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity for the very first time. So I am Women Techmakers India Ambassador, and would be my first time at the India. It is around something in night, and in England I would be in the morning. So both the timings will be going at the same time, and I would loving it to be here at this call, especially at Google I/O Extended. So about my further things, I am a professional developer having the 3.5 plus years of experience in IT industry, working on web development technologies such as Angular, Vue, and so on. But the primary focus which I am working on is Angular, and I am an open source contributor. I love to contribute in the websites. I love to contribute in community building, community networking, and love to meet new people, love to engage with the people, and learning and growth both are going on the way, because I think that if you can learn from somebody, that is great. It no matter what the person is, small or big at your position is, but you are getting something new which is great for you. So that would be my sentence. And the next would be if we talking about Google I/O Extended. So I would like to hands up with the Philippia who can start with this Google I/O Extended. Philippia, what do you want to say about?
Well, I'm excited to share all of these insights that, and just the experience of being there and getting to connect with other Women Tech Makers Ambassadors. There's so much power when you get women together who are working in this field, learning about this field, and this field is developing and impacting society in so many ways. So even if someone listening isn't identifying themselves as a woman in tech, that tech is infiltrating our lives because we all use cell phones, we all use computers, we all use the internet, and all of our data is being collected and gathered and shared in so many ways that we all participate in this next trend. And of course, how we use AI, if we're using ChatGPT or Bard, but also how generative AI is, again, being used in our society. And I know that was a really big theme of Google I/O this year, was that next wave of AI, that tools and utilizations and opportunities for developers to build upon these innovations and create what's coming next.
Yes, I agree. I do agree with the latest technologies and trends related with Google I/O, ChatGPT, and many more. So, if I talk about my experience at the Google conferences, like I've attended in India at Google conferences not so many times because I got a chance very few, like one or two times, as for the IWD India, which was conducted by our Women Techmakers Regional Ambassador, Srishti. So she gave us the opportunity to attend at the Bangalore IWD India Summit. At there, we love to have such amazing Google conferences talks, such AI and other entrepreneurs talk related to the Google I/O talks. And if we talk about the Google I/O Connect, what happened in four countries, and India was one of them. So at Bangalore, we have a Google I/O Connect. I went there because it was my first event to be attendee. So I enjoyed with the fellow folks, meet new folks. Some folks I already know because of that community with so many ambassadors. So we love there.
Oh, that's fantastic. I don't think I realized that it was happening in 4 countries. So India, I know it was happening in San Francisco. There was mention
Yes.
of something happening in Miami, but I wasn't quite clear.
Yes, Miami has also happened. I just saw that in Miami's in the Google I/O Connect photos and videos. That was very, very superb.
And then what other countries do you know?
I know San Francisco, Miami, and one I didn't remember that name, but the fourth one is India one, which is a Bangalore. We have got this opportunity.
Oh, that's so fantastic. I was so pleased when I saw you pop in and I was like, how did she go to the San Francisco one? But obviously it didn't need to be. It's obviously brought to you. It's global and you're in Bangalore. So that's amazing. So let's just start with, we as Google Techmaker Ambassadors are invited to these events. And this is one of the reasons I love being a Women Techmakers Ambassador, is we get the opportunity to be invited. They comp our ticket and if we need transportation or accommodations, they handle that. And they really want us to participate, to connect, to network, to support each other, and to get this information so that we can bring it out into the world. And that's what we're doing here but let's just start with, you got the invite. Have you attended before?
No.
This was your first event?
Yes, this was my first event and it was going very, very superb for me.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, so first time attending, and just what were your general impressions when you first sort of stepped in? The energy, the connections, the enthusiasm, just what was the feeling of it? Like, how well attended was it? How much energy was there?
Energy was going very, very super because it was very first time for the India. Like all the Indian people are very crowded and very, very energized to see that hype and vibe and the ambience and the way they manage the tracks, adventures, and the food coupons and something, and a lots of fun there, like the games, like demos. You have a lots of things to do at the same time. I'm getting very confused, like where I have to go, where I have to go to the Women Techmakers I Am Remarkable, where I have to go for the demo sessions with the AI. At the same time, cloud and web are also happening. So at the same time, all the things are happening. And cloud is going here or there or here. And people are talking with each other. There's lots of fun there. We have clicks on lots of pictures. Even they send us the very good memories to the frame with Google I/O Connect. If they have put them some props like which you want to click some of pictures and put the social media and to create the buzz. And after that, we have created so many reels. People have created so many reels to do related to some Bollywood songs, relating Google I/O Connect as well. And apart from that, we had a I Am Remarkable workshop as well in Google I/O. And apart from that, if we talk about technology, so we have technology related to the AI and AIML, cloud, and web accessibility, which I have related to the web. So I joined to the web track, but I didn't get much time. I attended only one session, and after that, I go to the here, there, and meet people randomly. I don't know the names even, but I just met people randomly because they say me like, hi, what's up, what is going on, and all. We just had the conversation with each other without knowing the names even. And after that, I just had the the demo sessions of the Angular and so many technologies which you want to attend, some demos. And there were so many Google developer experts, Googlers there. So if you want to talk and if you want to get some mentoring, you had a chance to interact with them. They are so kind and they are so humble. So they answered each of your questions very, very gracefully. And after that, being an ambassador, it was very full of opportunities for me to interact with each and everyone. And after that, some of the ambassadors I know, but some of the ambassadors I don't know even, because of in India we didn't get chance to interact with ambassador in call itself as well, because people don't come call usually because of their meetings and other reasons. So we had a chance to interact with each other. We had a talk, and after that, it was going very, very great. And after that, if I'm talking about my participations and the topics and my energy was very full of energy. And my participation, I believe that it is first time, so my participation, it's up to the mark according to me. But if needs more expectation, that it will going by the time by time. But as I am also seeing the things very first time, so it was to interact with each and everything. So it was going well, which I think. And my favorite topics is always related to web, because I am a web developer. So being a web developer, I am very biased towards web technology.
So in this, you mentioned I am remarkable. Can you expand on what is I am remarkable? I know you to be remarkable, but you're
That is a
referring to
good
a specific
catch.
program.
Yes, that is a good catch, Philippia, I must say. So I am remarkable. Okay, let me tell you, like I am also facilitator of I am remarkable. So due to like our regional global ambassador Kathleen, who gave us the opportunity to be the trainer session. So I am remarkable is a Google initiative to increase the diversity and to share your accomplishments, to sharing your achievements. I am remarkable talk about like self branding is not about bragging. I am remarkable talk about like you can share your accomplishments. It is not about like dissatisfaction, because in the company, if you're talking about your performance appraisal or anything, you have to share your accomplishment, you have to share your performance, so that team will appraise you. So it is not about bragging, it is about appraising. And if you are giving, like it is a good example, like me and you are in audio summit talk. So I am remarkable is also good example for this. If you are if you are doing something like to the speaking or taking initiative, taking participation in each or every events, that is a very good, that is a very appreciating. And you can increase your accomplishments. And after that, language biasing, the way you talking to the people, environment, you're creating the positive safe environment with the people, open space environment that people will interact, talk to each other very very gracefully. And there is open for all. There is nothing about like, only female will attend I am remarkable, men can also be I am remarkable. So there are so many examples of I am remarkable. I've seen in the video like single mothers, single moms, like who are doing something great daily. And I am remarkable achievements, if we talk about like personal achievements, professional achievements, will share with each other to inspire each other. So it is lots of activities shared by I am remarkable. It is a very overall, we can say that I am remarkable, it is a very good positive energy that will created by the people. And but it is very good initiative by the Google, by the way. It is workshop it take around 90 minutes, but it's according to you how many facilitators are you going to. You can take it around 90, you can take it about 40, but the main purpose of I am remarkable is you are providing a message to the people that only matters. It is not only matters like you are taking the time or anything. It is matters only what you are giving to the people. People are gaining something or not. So it is something like I am remarkable. So
How does
what makes you
someone apply to remark I am, who qualifies, and then how do you apply?
okay? So I am remarkable process is very very simple. You have to go to the I am remarkable website, where you are going to this. You search in the Google like I am remarkable dot with google.com. If you are not a facilitator, you just log in with your Google ID. You just book the trainer session. If you have if you know any of the facilitator, that facilitator can give you the referral to attend you the I am remarkable. Then the global team will separately invite you for the time remarkable trainer sessions. Trainer session will coming around 1 hour, and after that they will give you all the access to the facilitator hub resources, all the PDFs, all the videos that you can conduct I am remarkable according to your into a company, friends, family. It is I am remarkable doesn't set any boundaries, like you can conduct I am remarkable only in your community events or something. You can conduct with your friends and family. You can conduct with your company, you can conduct with any one of the people which you are going with, which you are dealing with in day to day life as well. So it is up to you what you have to choose. And the second thing is to book the I am remarkable facilitator training. It is currently booking, already booked now the slot, but you have to book in a queue. So once they are with available slots, then you will get an invite for sure.
Love that. Okay. Good to know. So that is okay. So that was one question. What is I am remarkable? Next question is, let's just dig deeper into your work as a web developer, because that will then connect to Google I/O. So let's just talk about your background, how you got into web development, why at this time web is your favorite part of the tech ecosystem, and yeah, just talk about your work and your interest in web.
So my work, my interest goes to web is something started my like after my college. I'm a very creative person. Like I just used to I was a painter as well into my school. I got the best artist award into my school, and I was a painter. And after that, I can go with the UX as well. But being a software developer, I just want to go that when I see the websites like Google.com and Facebook.com, that time Facebook was very very popular. Today as well, but there is lots of website coming around with the competition after that, Meta, Instagram, and lots of stuff. So I just used to see that how this website made, how this HTML and CSS work, how this box is displaying over the browser. I just curious about to know the things. So that curious about my interest, and I going into the web. And as I started the journey with the internship, I learned like basics of like what is the roadmap of web development, like what do you have to learn, like just remember I just only remember one thing: when you have to go start with something, you have to remember that what are the steps, initial steps, what you have to learn to go to the first step. Like for starting the web development, you must learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Like what are the prerequisite of the things. Like I have gained the skills of that HTML, CSS, JavaScript, still learning, because this has no end. JavaScript is very very vast, and JavaScript has no end. Every day is this come with the new features and new technologies. You have to keep learning and keep updating yourself daily, which I believe, because technology has no end. As you talked about chat GPT, AI, cloud, these are updating daily, emerging new technologies. So we have to keep updated, focused daily due to new technology trends and so on. Apart from that,
And
yes.
where do you go and how do you learn? Are you learning by doing? You were learning through just reading the news about it? Are you learning through community? Like what are your learning resources? Do you take supplementary
So
courses, books? What's the books are hard because they outdate pretty quickly, though there's still ample books written about all technology. So they're still a valuable resource.
I prefer the pros practically, because theoretically never always read into the mind, but practically always remember that what you are doing. So after doing the things, I learned day by day, like what you have to do. Just I just keep googling and just do like how to make box. So practical implementation I always did, and I just learned by the practicality. I've started community after learning that basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. After getting a job, I get into the community. So I must say, before community, I started learning with the web. But after community, I got so many opportunities into web development and learning path with the mentorship of a Google developer experts. And I worked with them. I learned with them like how to do, what are the best practices, what are the best approaches. I learned and gained the experience. So that gave me the good opportunities, which I believe.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's so okay. So now, given that we are grounded in your experience and your interest, how did Google I/O add to that, add to that base of knowledge? And you said it's obviously continuing to learn. What were some
Yeah.
of your things that you were most interested in, and some of your big takeaways?
So, like, I don't know about everybody, but according to me, it was, as I said, it was my first event. So, due to my first event, uh, tech was not, honestly, tech was not that much I connected with the Google I/O. I just had the word like Google I/O Connect, and I just go with the yeah. I just know that yeah, there will be lots of networking and so many activities which I came around with. I just go with that mind of version. But yeah, tech is important role into our as a professional life. There would be the tech in Google I/O Connect as well. But my main motive was not the tech, to meet people, to interact and gain the experience of that event. That was my main motive.
I recently attended a event in a different industry because I study geospatial. So I'm
Yes.
looking at things that are about the place where is our data science in on a map or on our globe. And there's a group that's called Esri that does a lot of the software for the science of where. And I had gone to my first conference with them, and I wasn't that interested in the sessions. I was interested in the expo floor. I was interested in talking to people and asking questions and learning about their experience and the technologies that they were promoting, or the services or their business. And it was just the opportunity to talk to people was so informative for me. And also I felt that the more conversations I had, the more I got a window into, I want to say, my own soul in relationship to this work. Because did you find yourself in any way saying the same thing to people as you introduced yourself, because you talked to so many people, and realizing
Yes.
that you're like, oh yeah, that is true about myself. I never saw it that way before, but now that I've had to explain it again and again and again, I see new perspectives of the work I do, how I got here, what I offer, what I'm learning. I don't know. There was something about talking to that many people that quickly that you find, I don't know, I found new insights for myself.
Agree. It is so inspiring. You talked about your like in day to day about your tech role and many things. That is so inspiring to me. So very appreciating. So my takeaways as a tech professional or general public, as I talked about, for the main purposes for networking, and I enjoyed about that demo things, meet new people, Googlers, and take their mentorship, like how I do better in web, like what are the main challenges, best practices in Angular or some frameworks. So some people tell about their experience of doing in web role, like you can do this thing, you can do this better, like just go to the Google io Google io connect websites and just see that there would be so much web agendas topic there. So you will get to know something. I made with the speakers as well, which was come to, from the abroad. So they have so a lot of experience of in web accessibility, like how you can improve the performance. Like performance is really matters, like you're increasing the application faster. So that is so much you have to learn, like how you can learn this thing, best practices. So that I came to know to talk to the people. As I talked about my role in tech, as in I'm a web developer, and here with connected with that, I have just give my role in tech to the speakers. So we get to know each other, and they told me about how you can improve as your role, and how can improve your, how you have to learn a lot into your web, because it is also updated day by day. And if we talk about AI, like people used to do chat GPT or some other AI tools they have used to like explore about the web or any certain technologies. People used to analyze about the chat GPT, AI, machine learning, TensorFlow, cloud. People are used to doing in cloud certifications. So keep updated, and having a knowledge is not any having issue. Being a web developer is not about like I have certain restricted to only web development, but on all having a knowledge, it is a good thing, which I believe, because you must know each and everything that will come in any way. And after that, my here with the Google I/O, how my experience as a WTM ambassador is very amazing, because I attended the women specific events, and increased. I've seen that there was a huge number of diversity, and people are very empowering encouragement. So there are lots of women who inspired us with their role models or many more. And apart from that, like if we talk about to conducted the Google I/O events, like in Indore, we have 4 to 5 ambassadors. Nowadays, WTM is conducted independently, which we can say today, because WTM is not about only dependent on GDG, TFUG, or any Google community. Nowadays, WTM is having its own, like they can be WTM ambassador according to his their own profile, they're having own like which they can be inspiring. So people are nowadays becoming Women Techmakers Ambassador without having any community centric. So that is very appreciating. That is a very good thing that many women are becoming ambassador and empowering other women as well, which I believe. So the way we have supported something like, I believe in very communication and transparency. So I just want to tell about one more thing, that if we are like, if we are like both we are on in same task, like we have to coordinate, we have to communicate. The main thing is really matters, because we have to keep the good bond, because with the good bond things will go great, which I believe. Only work relations doesn't matter, it doesn't work out, which I believe. We have to make the good personal bond as well, because it will help us to uh, make the good work as well with the team. If we are only like a professional wise and we don't talk even after that, because we then after that we don't know each other, we don't understand each other, like how we can coordinate and contribute with each other, how we can support each other without knowing the things, I believe. And in into my community, and other and we have a 4 girls. So we have one entrepreneur as well. We have 2 entrepreneurs as a WTM ambassador who inspired us with a lots of stuff, and we used to learn with them as well. I believe that we always have to take suggestions, feedback with everybody, so that we also have to know about the things. And I usually prefer that approach, like I usually coordinate and resolve the conflicts with the people, try to resolve the conflicts with the people, because I love being transparent. And it is not about explaining or something. Like, I believe that if we going with the things to be very straight and clear, that would be very nice to do the work, and that will not create any misunderstandings, which I believe. And instead of tag or in anything, as a WTM ambassador, we have to be very straight and clear. We, as a woman and techmakers ambassador, we don't have to be very compare or like competition or something, because we all have to work together. It is not only about an Indore ambassadors; it's all about all India ambassadors have to support and work with each other. So that we are doing, we have a calls, and we usually brainstorm our ideas, like how we can do better. If somebody has something, a good story to inspire, then we will usually highlight them on our social channels or anywhere, to make a praise or to appreciate her, because appreciation is very important, which we believe in.
So there's a lot of quiet work, I imagine, in coding and being a programmer, but there's a huge amount of collaboration, which I think is a takeaway that I got from your conference experience, that you have to be as good with machines and coding and programming as you are with people.
That is so agree. Like, your takeaways, your role, and your tech domain is very important role play in your tech.
Yes, so we have to learn how to use these tools and get benefit from them, but we also have to collaborate. And I think that that is what I see as a Google Women Tech Maker, is our role as leaders and our role as bridge builders, and that we're strategic thinkers and we're operational thinkers.
Yes, there are so many roles which we done by the Google Women Techmakers initiative. Yeah, well said.
And I'm very, pleased. I'm so pleased that you're here today. I thank you for joining us. Yeah, I definitely have gotten a huge takeaway that wherever in the world you are, if there's an opportunity to connect and go to a Google I/O event, go. If there's an opportunity to watch a session and do it as part of a watch party with a community, that's a great opportunity, as Google Extended gives us that opportunity to take that event out into the world for the following months. And if you just want to kind of go and check it out on your own, all the videos are there at io.google. So all of those opportunities await us, and there's a lot to dive into. And I noticed when I was looking at the videos, or just the kind of the thumbnails for them, they're broken into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. So there's a starting point where if you are just kind of new to this, do not be afraid. There's a lot of sessions that are welcoming for beginners. If you have some time in and experience, you can jump right into those intermediate and advanced sessions. So there's plenty for everyone to get a feel for it.
Yeah, if you want to learn about how to start your roadmap with the web development, you can just go to the Google and you just learn about HTML, CSS, JavaScript basics at Google tutorials, W3 schools, and many more Udemy tutorials. And you can create your first own website. Your portfolio is very important as you are in web, in tech, or any technology. Your portfolio, your showcase, your products and technologies is very, very important role. So just keep in mind that.
Well, I think that's where the science and the tech and technology intersect with art and creativity, because I feel, and I've always felt, I'm a creative professional, and now I'm in the sciences as I'm getting a master's of science, and I'm just finishing a certificate in geographic information science and technology. But I've always felt that I'm creative, and I think that that's always part of a creator's toolkit is having a portfolio. To show kind of who you are and what you do, because in some ways you're hired on the confidence that people have in your ability to deliver, and that you showcase that through that portfolio. So that's a really good point as well. So yeah, I think you and I both definitely intersect at that. We are creatives and we are technologists.
Yes,